Hi everyone, welcome. Hi Chom, hi Huda Watsuro, hi Gail, hi Angela, hi Spooky, hi Jill, hi Bear, hi Kumiko, hi Millie, hi Pim. Happy Saturday. Hi Amethyst, welcome. Welcome, good morning. I hope you're having, I know everyone's having a nice day today. What have you all been up to? I must admit, I also almost wasn't entirely sure whether I would stream today or not either, but I'm glad that I was able to. But yeah, what's everyone been up to? In my second monitor, I was looking at like a few years ago, I got a copy of Dragon Starvania for the PlayStation 4, which I ordered from EB Games pre-owned. I was like, what could go wrong? It was just the disc. They just shipped the disc out. I was every single now and then I get like upset about it. So I was going to look at eBay to see if there was a cheap copy of Dragon Starvania for the PlayStation 4 that was just like the English copy, but they're all so expensive. Anyway. I hope you're all having a nice day. What have you all been up to? Why is my phone all wonky? Just got home, ate McDonald's. Let's go. How are you doing today, Lexi? I'm pretty okay. I was playing Trails in the Sky remake earlier today, and I'm really enjoying it. I played the original Trails in the Sky like ages ago, really long time ago now, and I'm actually really having fun with the remake. Are you a Berserk fan, Lexi? Kind of. I did read like the first arc, but then I was oh, Kirby, welcome, Raiders. Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm a Sunny Fairy. I live in Rainy Lake. I play retro games and horror games. How's your stream? What are you streaming? What did you get up to? Hi, real cool. Welcome. Hi, man. Hi, Metal. Hi, Kirby. What did you get up to? What were you playing? I finally made time to see Resident Evil, the stage Resident Evil play, and it was amazing. What? Wait, that sounds incredible. That sounds incredible. Oh my gosh. Wow. I am somewhat interested in watching it, maybe. I think it's like a fascinating trend that there's so many stage play versions of like video games and anime that come out of Japan. I think that's so interesting to me. I was playing Night Train today. Let's go. Did you have fun? As a Trails fan, I must warn some of the pronunciations aren't consistent with the rest of the series due to have different voice structure than most of the series. I see. Interesting. That's so great art there. Thank you. Karin drew it for me for my birthday last year. I studied a bit how to do the lettering. It's way harder than I thought. Oh, let's go. Oh, I think I missed some messages before. Daygood had class earlier and 2 of my book orders arrived. Oh, Bear, which books arrived? Let's go. Hi, Nuna. But yeah, let's start the video game. I hope everyone's been enjoying themselves. I almost wasn't going to stream today. I was like sitting there like debating, then I turned OBS on, then I turned OBS off, and then I was like, do I stream? Do I play more Trails? My streak has reached the forbidden number 67. Think about 67 as just what 07 with an ahoge. Oh, you're right. True. so funny that 67 became such a meme when it's literally meaningless. I must admit, I don't really like get to, I don't like, no one ever really sends me memes. I always like tend to miss out on memes whenever they become relevant. So I'm usually like kind of out of the loop on most things. But I do think that 6-7 is kind of funny purely because it's utterly meaningless. and the part of me that loves like absurdist theatre and existentialism thinks that's really funny. I really, it's kind of like a waiting for Godot. Whoa, this looks cool. I must admit with Berserk, I was kind of saying this earlier, I haven't read past the first arc really, the Golden Age. After Eclipse, I stopped reading it for years because I was tutoring at the university at the time, and I was reading it on the bus. And when I was on the bus, I was up to the part where the old king did something to his daughter, and I was so put off it. I like struggled to get to the end of Eclipse, and I was just like, oh, you know, I might come back to this a bit later, and I never did. But I am kind of like interested in reading the rest of it. I did go back and read Eclipse again now that I'm kind of like mentally prepared for the direction that it goes in. But probably don't recommend reading it on your bus trip to a tutor about supernatural history. Although I guess in a way it is kind of appropriate. I guess it is kind of appropriate. The 2000s flame effect is so good. The meaningless is part of the joke. Yeah. I've always wanted to play this Berserk game. Wishing it would somehow get a translation and a remaster port. It does have a translation actually. It does have a translation. The translation is what we're playing at the moment. This is a very cool introduction. Berserker's actions go so hard with the OST. It's a really good opening music video. The first one was recorded by Robert Rossi, which is a collection of his essays on the philosophical concept of quality. Ooh. Interesting actually. The second was The Longships by Franz Bengston, a classic Viking epic through medieval Europe. Awesome! Awesome, I hope you enjoy them. You went through the first two arcs since the Golden Age, yes, yeah. Reading Berserk on the bus, brave. I must admit, I didn't expect it. I was like I was like, oh, Berserk is like a cool series. That looks interesting. I wasn't really aware of any of the content. I've mentioned this before, but the same thing happened to me when I read the manga to School Days. But School Days does an even better job at tricking you. Because like, I think, I never watched the School Days anime, but the School Days anime, like the guy is just like a serial cheater. He's just like an awful person. So when the story like goes in like a kind of horror-esque direction later on, then you're like, oh yeah, serves him right. But in the manga, it's so tame. It's like the tamest love triangle of all time. Like, it's such like, the guy asks the girl out on a date and they maybe like hold hands, but then the other girl like catches feelings and there's a very like gentle love triangle, but no one, as far as I can remember, cheats on each other. And then the girl pulls out a knife and slices off his head, and then she sits on a boat with his head in her lap. And it's like, wait, where did this come from? Where did it come from? I just realized I recently started Berserk. There might be some spoilers here. Oh, yeah, there probably will be. There probably will be. I don't really mind too much about spoilers for my own sake, but it might actually like encourage me to start reading them. I remember my first week traveling to Union train, some dude was watching Goblin Say first 2 episodes on his laptop next to me. People really just don't care anymore. Oh no! I didn't watch Goblin Slayer because of I was aware of like what happened within the first 2 episodes. So I was like, sure, this with headphones, thank goodness. Thank goodness. And I saw volume 1 of the Berserk Deluxe Edition, which sells for 90, has high average sales than the first Harry Potter, which is wild. That is wild. Hi, man, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Starring both Berserk games and Action exclusive episodes with incredibly bad 26 adaptation, went in the original comics and were written by Mira. Ooh. Interesting. Getting into Berserk without a million trigger warnings beforehand, yeah, I was I was like extremely unaware. Prize box, what does this mean? What does this mean? Berserk was a very wild ride. I would not recommend it for the faint of heart, especially the earlier stuff. Yeah. I mean, I can handle content, but I probably could handle it less back when I was reading it. It kind of caught me off guard. I don't think I would care as much now. It's the spoiler archive. Oh no! All the spoilers are covered up. Katsu. The protagonist of this work, he carries a huge sword that looks like a block of iron called the Dragon Slayer, a warrior who fights against evil. He has a black cannon on his arm, black armor and a black coat. He's called the Black Swordsman. Something about this translation like reminds me of early 2000s like anime, and I kind of love it. Proof of sacrifice, sacrificial brand. Engraved on the neck, he will be haunted by demons and ghosts once the sun will fade. To protect Casca that survived the eclipse, they're going to Elfheim, Puck's birthplace. Awesome. Former commander of the Band of the Hawk, now travels protected by Gatsu. She is the woman loved by Gatsu. During the eclipse, she loses her mind and becomes like an infant child. The brand of sacrifice was engraved on her chest as for Gatsu bleeds in presence of demons. Guts continue. I'm just gonna say guts because it's easier to say. Continues his journey led by Puck to his homeland Elfheim. Awesome. There is an interview with Kentaro Miura where he says that the main inspiration for Berserk was Road of Versailles. Means Berserk might be shoujo. Oh, interesting. I can kind of see that actually. I can kind of see that. That's so interesting. I need to get copies of Rose of Versailles one day. Hi Lyrical, welcome. Is this the Dreamcast? No, it's the PlayStation 2 version. That was the one that was requested. Funnily enough, all of these non-canon stories have surprisingly similar stories. Shoujo of a gay man. Something I love sharing that's very interesting and excellent decision that the Berserk soundtrack was handled by Suzumu Hirasawa. Having a musician known for electronic music do the music for a dark fantasy series might be strange, but I think it paid off really well. That's so interesting. Gutsu. I love my excellent location. It's great. I love it. Not guts. Gutsu. Hi Paper. Did I say hello before? Gutsu will kill. Gatus will kill demons till they die to death. Yeah. Like metal welcome. I read a book on the 100-Year War and it mentioned a man named Hawkwood who was a peasant but created a free company militia during the war, held the Pope hostage and became a noble through sheer military success. And I was like, Hawkwood leading a band. Hawk, Band of the Hawk. So I googled and yeah, the inspiration of Band of the Hawk came from the Hawkwood's life. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Gatsu, bless you. Thank you. I'm not so welcome. Why is there a Millennium Falcon in Berserk? This isn't Star Wars. I don't know. We'll have to wait for it to go light speed. It's been such a long time. Oh, I was actually going to play this on normal mode. Because I was like, well, it was a viewer redeem, and the most important thing is that I just get through it, right? But then I'm looking at the hard mode, and I'm like, wait. Berserk. Okay. Surely someone has like expert mode. It's really risky playing these types of games on like the harder difficulty because you don't know like what the difficulty is going to be like. Like, is it going to be okay, let's just play it on normal mode. Surely I will not regret this. With that, I might bounce to avoid spoilers back to Dynasty Warriors Origins for me. I hope you enjoy yourself. See you later, bye. They missed the trick not calling expert mode Berserk modes. They really did. I remember the Dreamcast game being mostly easy but with very notable difficulty spikes. Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid, but we'll see. Maybe it will be fine. If it's like a good action game, then being a higher difficulty won't matter. But maybe it will just make every single enemy like extremely tanky. I don't know. It's so interesting seeing this in like mid-2000s CGI. Zelda, thank you for the stretch. Oh, they did a good job with his voice acting. Puck's so funny. Guess at this point the story is doing mentally worse than back in the Golden Age, but better than in the first. Awesome. English dub for Berserk's 1990 adaptation and Golden Age trilogy are excellent. Oh, interesting. Teach you the secret of combat. Okay. Yes, tell me, please. All possible actions, I will hold them to this. This is by the same developer that did Rumble Roses, by the way. I like that they explain every single button. First basic buttons, press square to press store, aim in the direction, tilt the stick. Okay, sounds easy enough. I love big sword. It's actually kind of interesting because you do kind of feel a little bit like you're controlling the momentum of the sword with the analog stick. Like if you compare that to it's a good basic combo attack, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Also the fact that it is kind of like somewhat endless. Next tutorial, let's go! Still crazy to me that the original anime was so good and it just never continued. Yeah! Yeah, no, it is kind of funny. Explain the charged attack. Thank you for the posture check. The slicing is really cool. Yeah, no, it's really cool. Press triangle button. More power if you hold down on triangle until sparks appear in the release. You can press triangle when the brand appears on the screen to perform a fatality. When did this come out? Was this before God of War or around the same time? 2004, so I suppose there were maybe maybe some kind of like 2005 God of War, so it predates it. Interesting. Must have been before, yeah. Okay. Pretty cool. Can you do some kind of... You're kind of like locked into the momentum once you swing. Interesting. I guess like the basic guys it's not super useful, but it will become handy later. Oh, I see. Can you perform a charge just by holding? You can. Okay, good. Nice, nice. It's true. Charge slash for great sword. Monster Hunter. It is. They really captured the feel of swinging around a heap of iron. Yeah, it's very cool. I love games that have big sword. 2016 dub is the worst to not getting most of the original VAs. I see. Oh, they're the same. Interesting. They really... I already read that. Did I press the next one? Yes. Circle dash. I wonder if you can cancel out of your attacks. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, but it would be cool. 3 times in a row. Whoa, you're actually probably pretty mobile. It's like there's some kind of hidden... wait, can you attack out of this? Oh, cool. It's a good dash in the sense that it makes you feel very mobile. It makes you feel very mobile while still making you feel really heavy. If that makes sense. It's sort of a bit like the dash in well, actually no, it's not quite, but it reminds me a little bit of Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2, where you're playing as Dracula and your dash attack can like knock into enemies, and it's really fun. It's not quite like that, but it's kind of got a similar amount of like oomph behind it. Nice puck outfit. Hi Curvat, welcome. I'm Matt. Lexi's playing Berserk on a trainer, can't watch. No! No! I hope you have a nice train trip though. I think this game is pretty long and we're also playing on expert mode, so there's a chance that I might not finish it today. I don't know how hard expert mode is. I must admit I don't trust the expert modes in like old video games to not be like ridiculous. But we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm locked in now, so there's no going back. I was sort of like thinking before I started streaming and playing on normal mode that I was like, oh, I like this. It's very important. Put yourself in the guard button. Oh, X is guard. Also, by pressing X after you receive damage, you make a recovery from the ground. Instead, you perform a counter if you press the instant before an attack. Interesting. Something I want to test actually. Wait, slash. Oh, you go into your guard really quickly. Interesting. Interesting. It seems like the counter timing is pretty pretty tight. Come on! Maybe I have to kill them all. I don't know. The combat is very satisfying though. Also, I like how you can like slash them multiple times and then you take off like extra limbs each, so it's really fun. They did a surprisingly good job with. Oh, I see. So the brand is like up there. Okay, awesome. I was just looking at the Japanese audio of 100 line, comparing it with the English audio. Igamu's voice, in Japanese voice really brings out his freaky and scary character, but I like his English voice too because all I can think of when I hear it is his introduction where he says all that creepy stuff and then calls himself an all-round nice guy. And he actually sounds like that one. The English voice has the advantage of being able to say the most perturbing stuff in your average tone. He's just a nice guy, I love him. Awesome! On my way to the biggest book fair in the country in a Hollow Knight concert. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome! That's so awesome. I hope you find some cool books. I love book fairs. Did I ever tell people about the time I went to a book fair at my university and I bought so many books that I couldn't carry them. Like I had managed to like carry them around the entire book fair. But then once we got out of the book fair, I guess I was like already tired from having to carry them the entire way. And then when I was like trying to carry them up the hill, and then I got like probably about 60% of the way to the bus, and then I realized, wait, hang on, I can't do this. I can't do this. So I ended up having to ring my dad to come and pick me up because the books were so incredibly heavy and I bought so many that, yeah. It wasn't, they weren't even like, retrospectively I guess they were. There were books I was kind of like, thought I would be interested in at the time, but then as time went on, I kind of wish that I didn't get a lot of them. I'm a lot better at knowing what kinds of books I like to pick up now. Yippee! Lexi's a book goblin confirmed. It's true. It's true. I want to. Oh, Aiming. Wait, Aiming? I quite like having guard on X. Oh, wait, hang on. What's this? So it like, they say it's aiming, but is it a lock-on? Wait, hang on. No, it's not a lock-on. You just like, you lock onto your direction, and then you can... It's like a kind of precision attack. Oh, that's interesting. So whereas like the regular one is... Cool! That's very interesting. So the brand of style, it's not a God of War style execute. It's like a special attack that you can charge up by pressing triangle. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Because I am playing on the hardest difficulty, I need to make sure I like the combat system, which I do so far. See, it'll become more difficult. Go! The blue map on the left corner from far away, it kind of looks like the Argentinian flag. Oh! I need to look at it a bit closer. Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, R2. Whoa. Holy moly. Okay, that's really cool. I'm imagining that there's aim mode. I don't know if it does more damage. I guess we'll see if we ever get to a boss with a health bar. Nice. This is so cool. Video games are awesome. Can you dash out of guard? No. You can kind of like go into a guard from your sword strike pretty quickly, and you can kind of dash out of the sword swings, but you can't go from like a dash into a guard. Interesting. Haha, cool, because it's no purple, it's true. I like that every single button like has a use. That's so interesting. I love overly complicated. Oh, arm cannon. Yippee! Can you see items at top right of screen? You can use triangle, cat bombs, crossbow, nice. This one can be used by pressing triangle or square during the use of the cannon will perform a spin sack. Once they're used, they cannot be reused until they're charged. Oh, I see. Interesting. Zesty, hi, welcome. Gooey, good morning. That's why you were playing this game. Did you find the English patch? Yeah, no, there's an English patch for it. It's very, very cool so far. Fun fact, despite being made by a British dubbing company, the 100 Line class primarily is composed of US Americans living in the UK. Oh, with only 3 of the VAs being British doing US American accents. The VA for Hiroko is trans. Oh, cool! VA for Takamaru got insane range. Look to this portfolio. Bowline sounds like completely different people in each of the audio samples. And the VA for Kurara, who, funny enough, also voices a character in Metaphor with Fantasio in it. US American accent. That's so interesting. What character do they voice in Metaphor? This game is more playful for me at like twice the speed in PCSX2. I actually really like when Big Sword is slow. I like Sword being slow. Okay, wait, hang on. So they said something about... Oh! Ah, I see. That's pretty cool. The throwing knives are okay. they didn't seem to do a whole lot. Bomb? So throwing knife is just there as like a filler attack. See. See if I can fill up the knife doesn't seem to do a whole lot. Those slices look pretty clean. Yeah, they do! Hi Irina, hi, welcome! It's really fun so far. If you can, there's an English patch for this game. If you can find it, I really recommend giving it a try so far. Although I'm only at like the tutorials. It's pretty fun so far though. Do you wanna kill a snowman? Can you use the aid at the top right of the screen and go pop with X? As for the items, they cannot be reused if not recharged. Okay, cool. Does that mean that they'll actually hit me? Let's see. Yeah. The crossbow is pretty fun. Yay, make them suffer, yeah! Elsie Lovelock as the narrator of the metaphor. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yay, I'm excited. Puck flashing the camera as usual. What else would he be doing? Tyler Cry, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak.
もう教えることは何もない。あとは自分で。うわでか。
So huge.
あ、
落ち着け。
It's Milky. Hi, Milky. Goodbye, Milky. I think Milky can leave. Let me just wait a moment. Okay.
そうだ。今こそ俺様の行け。行くのだ。知ってこい。
勝手なこと言え。まあ。
Milky, so cute.
あいつなんて大きさ。でも負けるなカッツ。行け。力の限り。
Where is Snowman? Where is he? Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, there he is. No, come back. What do you mean he's using so fast? That's not getting attacking the guts. It's like I'm messing with, not messing with the sword. Dude, see here? He really does not want to fight. Settle down. Oh, counter. What does that mean? Guts keeps getting eaten. Maybe we need to aim it with the... Oh! I see. We should be fine to use this now. I'm not sure how to properly counter in this game. It gets pretty hard quickly. Interesting. Oh, I guess it's like pressing the block button. That's what they said wasn't it? Stay out of the... Oh my gosh, stop running away. you're running away, loser.
そんなに速いわけじゃね
でかい口にぶっ込んだれ
Counter? I don't quite know what's happening at the moment, but it's fine.
好き放題しやがって
Come back! No! No, he just runs away. He just runs away.
このでかい口にぶっ込んだれ
そんなに速いわけじゃ
They keep saying that he's not so fast, but he seems to be. I kind of don't mind if we have to do this again from the start because I.
俺が許さないぞ
I sort of understand what wants to do now. It seems like you can't attack him from the back. Oh no! He's quite the tinky piece of snow. He is. He is. Maybe playing on expert mode was a mistake, but we'll see. You were sacrificed. Oh no! Because it's clearly not Snowman's rights activist that won't let you do what you want. There are no Berserk. Are you? Oh, okay. I still have an option to back out of expert mode if I want to. I don't have to play on expert mode. I can choose not to. But I did it anyway. I did it anyway. It's like Resident Evil saves in this game takes a long while to get to a save point. Oh. I guess we'll see how it goes. There are some action games that are actually like more fun. When you just like play them on normal. Yes, don't teach me. So good luck, Laxi. Thank you. Well, now I have to do it.
まあ
あいつなんて大きさでも負けるなガッツ行け力の限り
Got him.
引きずり出さねえと話になるそんなに速いわけじゃ
Ow. Can I slash these hands? Kind of yes. Kind of no.
わわ潜っちゃったよ
Come back! Tiny fairy, powerful swing! Hi Ultima, welcome! Oops. I keep pressing triangle for some reason, I'm not sure why.
こいこの卑怯者無理するだよガッツ
There's like a
そんなやつさっさとやっちゃえ
No, come back! He just keeps disappearing.
引きずり出された話になる。
あの
Come back, loser. Door!
せい。
しっかりガッツ
せい。
Damn.
人間投げお前が死んだらキャスカをどうすんだ
Hey Ultima, how are you going? Thank you for the 55 stream streak. I don't remember if I said that before. I'm slightly distracted by gigantic snowy man. How is Gatsu doing? Great so far, although for some reason I decided to play on expert mode, so I don't know what kind of a game this one is, so I don't know how it's going to go. It feels a bit tricky to figure out exactly what's an attack and what's not, because it's a big face. It's a big face. But we'll see how it goes. Where is he? Doing right, getting slayed by a spire. How are you enjoying it? I think you kind of like, there's like a sound cue or something. No, kind of, sometimes. Sometimes it's like a sound cue. Defense!
死ぬことは俺が許さないぞ
No! Okay, one more try. One more try. And then maybe it's just tricky to know sometimes, because like it feels some games are more fun if you play them not on the very hardest difficulty. And I don't know whether this is one I particularly want to torture myself with, but we'll see how it goes. I think that a lot of hard modes on older action games are kind of bad. I think they can be really bad. Because it doesn't yeah. We'll see how it goes. I'm still making up my mind. Maybe we just like keep going until I start to hate the game or something. No tutorial. Yes, I'm sure. I'm also like partially getting used to the controls.
あいつなんて大きさでも負けるなガッツ行け力の限りわわ潜っちゃったよ
Ow. No, it's out of range. Okay, well, good to know.
そんなに速いわけじゃない
こ
止めるしかねえ。好き放題しやがって。
怖いこの卑怯者。無理するなよガッツ。ガッツがここまで。
Let me in. Not like that.
しっかりガッツ。
Not like that.
足を取られちまう。
お前が死んだらキャッパをどうすんだ。俺様に任せとけ。
I gave up after the third boss not go live. I don't casual. I can kind of see why, because the attacks like come out of nowhere.
わわ潜っちゃったよ。
Which is kind of what I expected, to be honest.
でかい口にぶっこんじゃれ。
そんなに早いわけじゃねえ。引きずり出さねえと話にならね
I think if you just like nice kind of things to you. I think if you just like when he disappears, you just like hold block. And maybe it will be okay.
引きずり出さねえと話になんね
Maybe it will be okay. I'm kind of getting what to do. I'm kind of getting it. Maybe we'll see. Counter!
しっかりガッツ。
足を取られちゃう
Owie! Okay, we've almost got pucked back. We've always going back. It's fine. We're going to be okay. It's going to be okay. We're going to be okay, maybe.
ガッツ。
好き放題しやがって
Get handed.
わわ潜っちゃったよ。
You can't guard after a dash, which is a problem. Which is potentially a teensy tiny problem.
大丈夫かガッツ。 怖いこの卑怯者。
Where does he go? No. When you hear the counter sound, it goes like boing. You can kind of press it.
でか
I
い口
think
にぶっ
maybe
こんじゃれ。
possibly. I think you also might be able to toss a bomb in when he does the thing.
あ、潜っちゃったよ。
Or I could just toss a bomb in
しっかりガッツ。
at other times. Okay, maybe we can do
があ
this.
るんだ。
I got crazy. Where is he? Pug, come back! Yay! This looks like the Super Jank Berserk game that gives you easy. It might be.
Well done.
Thank you. It might be. I may have made a huge mistake by deciding to play on expert mode. Maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it will be
作
fine.
品のものが2人いるせいか、魔物が引き寄せられやすくなってるみたいだね。急ごう、エルフヘルムへ。あそこなら安全だし、いいとこだぞ。花は咲き乱れ、鳥は歌い、エルフは踊る。ああ、麗しの我がふるさとよ。
あ
あ？ガッツ、まさかまだ復讐の旅を？
キャスカを連れて復讐など無理。分かってる。だが今あいつは俺と同じ世界にいる。俺が踏みしめる同じ大地に、俺の剣が届く先に。
Yay, yippee! Berserk, it will be fine. Arc, it really will be. It will be fine. No. Alexi thrives on challenge, yeah. Providing it's like a fun kind of challenge. I don't know. I've played a lot of games on hard mode, and I've got like a pretty good like sense of when they're fun and when they're not. I did actually kind of like Barbie Explorer on hard, even though it was like excruciating, just because it was so. Like every single one of us that when I was playing that game, usually like when you play a game on hard, it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't look that hard. I bet I could do that like first try. But with Barbie Explorer, when you were playing on hard mode and you just like fall through a platform, everyone's like, wait, that's not fair. I did kind of like the sense of like community bonding over people being able to like see how stupid it was, and I guess like the challenge was fun as well. I guess if I can beat Barbie Explorer on hard mode, then surely I can beat Berserk. Maybe we'll see.
ああ、わかった。
任せとき。
Demon Raid, go down Snow Mountain. Oh, wait, there's no Healy point? Hello, I would appreciate the ability to heal. Oh.
そんなバカな。
That was the thing I was afraid of. That there would be enemies that are really tanky. We didn't. It didn't save, did it? It didn't save. It didn't save, did it? There was no save. There's no save. That's not a save. There's no save. Okay, that's fine. One more try. One more try. One more try. One more try, and then I put it onto normal. I feel like it might be a relatively like challenging game on normal, at least maybe, who knows. Take two. Like if the little snow creature guys are like easy to take out, then it's fine. But if they're like super tanky,
様のこれ
then it becomes a slight problem.
腕
Because then your gameplay consists of press square block, press square block,
行け
press square block.
行くのだ知ってこい
The small ones die pretty fast. The small ones die pretty fast, but they're not the problem.
でも負けるな
They're
カ
not
ッ
the problem. Okay, wait, hang on.
ツ行け力の限り
Haha. Get blasted in the face, idiot.
そんなに速いわけじゃねえ。引きずり出さないと話になんねえ。足を取られちゃう。
Oh,
そんなに速いわけじゃねえ。好き放題しやがって。
oh. You really have to press the counter button when it says. Counter.
そんなやつさっさとやっちゃ
せいせい。引きずり出さないと話になんね
え無理するなよガッツ
Counter.
え。せい。好き放題しやがって。
I don't think that does anything though. Like I think if you don't land the big like spooky attack on the big guy, then it doesn't do anything.
しっかりガッツ
It doesn't do anything. Come here, idiot. Bam! What? Okay, well that's fine. Whatever.
そんなに速いわけじゃね
あガッツがここまで
I did toss a bomb at him, but it didn't do anything. Oh.
でかい口にぶっこんじゃえ
If we heal now, then that means it will recharge sooner. Hi Alex, hi, welcome. It's okay, you've missed an hour and 20 minutes of the stream, but we're still on the first boss and the first section because I'm playing on expert mode
え。頭を砕くか。
for some
心臓を
reason.
潰すんだから。せい。
わわ潜っちゃったよ
Come out, idiot. Get slashed.
そんなに速いわけじゃない。せい。
こうなったら俺様が
No. Ha ha ha. Hey Joker, welcome. Happy eat to you. I love this game a lot. Oh yay! Hi Lexi, I see a very Lexi thing to do, taking expert difficulty right away. Yeah, well, It's definitely an interesting expert difficulty so far. It's very difficult. Did a lot faster this time. Yeah, I think I've got the hang of it, kind of, maybe. Well, if we can blast the big guys. If we can blast the big guys, so there's a bunch of... The little guys are easy. What do you mean? Oh, it's not charged up yet. Sorry. Oops, oops, oopsie daisy. Where are they all? Okay, that's the big guy. Yeah, get exploited! Oh no, big tree! Oh, I didn't realize that he was going to do an attack like that. Okay, save the triangle for the big guy. Here. No, it ran out? Oh, does it... You only have it for a little while. I see, I see. I see. Oh! it just missed. It just missed. Oh. Now find a save point ASAP. Yeah. Whoa, cool. Are these guys like infinitely spawning? Because it does kind of seem a little bit like they may be spawning forever. Kill me! They are infinitely spawning. Okay, good to know. Well, we'll just take some of them out. We'll take them out until the cannon recharges. I always forget that when they do that then. That's pretty cool. There's a big tree up here. He's going to Berserk. He is. Hi, Hack, welcome. Got him! No more trees! Give me a save point, please! Please, save point, please! Please, save point, please! Confirm that snowmen are not coming friendly at all. Okay, heal.
俺様に任せて
Whew. Okay, let's just wait for our gun to recharge. Okay, we got the tree. Maybe? Or maybe we do not. the tree is still alive. That is one very alive tree. Why don't you die? What do you mean, no, we do need your help? Shut up, you stupid fairy. I'm allowed to call fairies stupid. Hey, Carrot, welcome. Good old Berserk, yeah. Should be taking a long trek to work, so I'll be seeing the tiny fairy later. Bye, Laura. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Whenever I see this game, I'm reminded of Blood Will Tell. Both protagonists use swords and have a gun on them. Oh, I want to play Blood Will Tell sometime. Oh, what was that? I don't know what this is. Camp menu overview. Level up on set. Oh my gosh! No way! Experience points are required to level up. You get more points by defeating enemies and making change in order to enter the camp. Yes, please! Yes, please. Great manga, terrible CGI anime. Yippee! Okay, let's see what we've got. 5,000 experience. That's enough to buy us. That's enough to buy us. We can buy. That's enough to buy us. We get nothing. We get nothing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to level up anyway. It's fine. Whatever. I don't care. It's not like I wanted to level up all of my stuff. That's fine. It's fine. Okay, wait, let's have a look at this. So, Berserk, duration and Berserk mode, sword speed, sword mastery, determines the number of combo attacks by pressing R1 right and left square. Okay. Recovery is a good. I'm not sure. The sword mastery seems like it could be useful. So does sword speed. My intuition is saying hopefully that we get to full heal, right? Surely they give us a full heal after we rest. It's okay. We didn't need a full heal. No, I don't want to enter the camp menu. I don't want to enter the camp menu. That's fine, we don't need a full heal. We've got pluck, wow!
俺様に任せと
We
け
can farm thousands of snow golems now. Yeah! They're giving us 10 experience each. Wow, 5 experience, so much experience, that's awesome! Why am I like this? There's a map. Oh, okay. Both sides seem to take us in a very similar direction. Did that do any damage to him? Maybe, possibly. Possibly. 5 experience UP! Yippee! Nice, thank you, game. Ow. Ow. Wow. I like how swing speed is 45,000 because the devs know it's going to make the game easy. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one I was aiming for because that would make it like significantly. The faster the swing speed, the sooner we can guard as well. You look good. It's they sent us all the way back. They really did. Oh my gosh! What do you mean an hour and 13 minutes playtime? Wait, there's no way that's real. Have they been tracking like all of the failed attempts? Maybe I do play this on normal just because it's going to take such a long time to get through. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm so stubborn. He's so stubborn.
我が教えの賜物じゃ。
調子に乗りやがって。
火付けの一発。
油断したぜ。
Okay, we're making good progress. We're making good progress, she says. Okay, nice. No, I do. Please heal me. Please heal me. Why do they not die? I did actually press the guard button that time, but it just doesn't come out in time. Puck is the guy, by the way. I know. What? Kill me! Kill me! Save me, cutscene! Save me, cutscene, please. Gatsu dementia kicking and saying the same thing twice.
この場ならふさわしいだろう。俺たち高野団が再び集うには。
Is it blade waxed? Oh no, I hope this is not a boss
確
fight.
かめに来たんだ。
We haven't
この
healed.
新しい体でお前の前に立って心を揺さぶる何かがあるのか。どうやら俺は自由だ。
何もお前がやったことに、お前が裏切ったあいつらに何一つ感じちゃいねえってことか。
俺は俺の夢を裏切らない。
Whoa.
それだけ。
Uh-oh.
黒い剣士、よくぞ人の身で職を生き残った。嬉しいぞ小僧。
そこをどけ。俺はクルプスに用があるんだ。
言葉は無粋。お一人。
Uh-oh. It's who the evil Twinker is.
嬉しいぞ黒い剣士。
Oh, look, they healed
こ
us.
の戦いは我の血を熱くする。
Holy moly. Okay, good. Oh. Okay.
こいつはとんでもねえ怪物だぜ。
Okay, don't counter more than a couple of times in a row. Whoa. Okay, that's pretty cool. Whew. Oh, you can still counter like super mode? No.
手をつなげた。どうやって勝つ。
Whoa, cool. Uh-oh. Ellie! Yeah, has a lot of health. He certainly does.
俺様に任せとけ。
He certainly does. Romeo's the guts man. Oh! Okay. We just need to maybe counter him. I don't know. I'm going to guess that when he glows red, that is not an attack we want to get hit by. We can go through that with the charge attack, though. No, you idiot, why would you do that? Okay, heavy attack seems to work. Oh! Wow! Okay, we might be nearly dead, but at least we look cool. Mash, 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 mash. Wait, how fast do they expect me to mash? Oh, it was a cutscene death, not an actual death, right? Right. Right. That was really cool. It was very cool. Oh. Nice try, thank you. I am still thinking about putting it back to normal mode, just because it might be more fun, right? I think it might be more fun. Zora's quite daring to wear undergarments in the winter time. Well, we know what happens to. I wonder if they did what Rockstar. I wonder if they did what Rockstar did. "2004, it looks super nice." It does look really pretty. I like the visuals. Ow! I get treed on. I probably shouldn't get like too distracted fighting all of these guys, right? Since there's a boss fight right at the end of here. Cutscene death puts you in the main menu. Neat. Okay, let's go. Round 2. Oops, why am I doing that? Got him!
見事だ。人間の身でよくぞここまで練り上げた。
Counter!
まだだ。
どうした？こんなものかこの。
And then
俺
heal.
様に任せとけ。
This is gonna be forever! No lock on, not really. It's sort of no, but not really. It's like a partial lock on.
戦えるのならその体を秘策。
Oh, for some reason he's not counting. No! No, why did I say that? Why did I say that? Why did I say that? Okay, let's try it on normal. Or hard mode. Oh. No, let's do normal mode. I'm sorry for letting everyone down. But I don't think expert mode is going to be worth the effort that it takes to go through the game, if that makes sense. Rulu, hi, welcome. Also, I am planning on playing Red Ninja on hard mode for my birthday. For my birthday!
パック様のこれから
Sorry, I don't know if I can handle 2 of them in a row. You know? Does that make sense? It makes sense to me.
行け。あいつなんて大きさ。でも負けるな。
Makes sense to me.
行け。力の限り。
What do you mean you ate me and interrupted my special attack?
潜っちゃったよ。
Counter!
好き放題しやがって。好き放題しやがって。
Why did I let you do that with the hand when it doesn't do anything?
そんなに速いわけじゃね
Garnished. I'm not suggesting someone play Red Ninja before expect them to never talk to me again. If they don't know what they're in for, they may never talk to you again, it's true. Maybe they're mentally like prepared for it or something though. Puck may be a precursor to the companions in modern games that chat about the story reveals and puzzles. Oh, imagine like the Berserk, but with Berserk with modern day AAA gameplay. Puck just like talking to you over the radio. I think what they did on expert mode, which is the thing that you don't want to do usually, is they made the HP bars higher. They made it higher. Which is not usually a great thing. Ow. It feels like you're getting more dismembers on normal, which is interesting actually, now that I think about it. There's something interesting you can do with this directional attack. Which is that it's fast. Whereas the regular square attack is kind of like slow but covers lots of ground. Focus, G. Focus, G. We gotta get to the fairyland forest, otherwise Casca will. We don't know what will happen to her. Careful, Ghost, your health is low. Quick, summon me so before you die. Oh, Guts, that refills your power gauge. You should collect it. So many tweets. Get treed on. That will be my new catchphrase. My friend has a plugin that plays the focus app snippet every single time someone yells focus in chat. Oh no. It's fucked up. I agree. It's Cloud Final Fantasy, yeah. Can't believe Berserk ripped off Final Fantasy 7. I think like from the level up screen that we were at before, I feel like every single level up is like really good. Well, actually no, the attack speed would be really almost like not quite broken, but very good to have. Oh, I always forget that when they do that you have to. I always like why are they hugging themselves? I don't know why, but I've been having the urge to replay all of the Batman Arkham games. Because it's been like such a long time since I played them. I don't know if I would stream them. But I did guard that time. Or at least I felt like I did. Oh wait, no, I pressed the dash button. For some reason I'm pressing circle to guard quite often, even though I know that it doesn't make any sense to do so. Desert game plays a little like Falcon, which it does kind of look interesting. I'm angry that they put generative AI in it. But it does like look like a weirdo like I saw some footage of a guy rolling off of a roof. And I thought that was kind of funny. A guy running off a roof while his wife like berates him. I didn't need to do that, but I wanted to. While his wife berates him for not doing a good enough job with the cleaning, and then they like hand you a broom and then ask you to clean the chimney for them. Well, as you're doing so, the house is just like filling up with smoke. There's like smoke leaking out of everything. And then afterwards it turns out that the husband fake rolled off the roof in order to trick you into doing his job for him. I think there's like potential for like weird little thingos in it, but at the same time I can't handle the generative AI and the it's like I'm someone that really appreciates aside from even just like being opposed to it, I'm someone that appreciates like the details. Like I like looking at stuff and stopping and looking at the paintings, but if you stop to look at the paintings and all of the paintings are just like stuff that it's been all generated, then like what's the point? What's the point? So where that game came out of nowhere, people kept saying it was announced and it has been for years, but I swear I didn't hear about it until like 2 weeks ago. No, it was it was like around, but it wasn't really like there wasn't really that much excitement about it. I knew about it, but I'm kind of like a little bit crazy when it comes to video games and keeping track of things. It looks like it has some really weird like systems in it, which I appreciate, but yeah. DLSS 5 be upon ye. I am so angry that DLSS 5 is a thing. I think it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting. Grace looks so pretty now. Yeah. frame grace looks so bad. Bad in the DSLL. No, I don't want to enter that. Why did it do that? Oh no. I'm still angry about it. Maybe one day I'll forgive them. I'm not a fan either, considering 4.5 was looking like it was making serious strides and performing well. Yeah, DLSS is fine on its own. It's just like the generative AI slop layer on top of everything. I think it's disgusting. And it's like the same, there's a game that I bought a physical copy for, but I didn't realize everything about it until I got it, which is called Dark Auction, and it's notable because it has I think it's like art and is written by the lady who did Hotel Dusk, which is one of my favorite games. However, like, it's a game that's being sold on the basis of like having good art, and then it's filled with like these like generative AI paintings that are like all over the building. And they said that they're going to remove them, but I refuse to, even though I own it. I won't play it until they do. Because like, I like the details. I like the details. I'm so annoyed. At least with Hotel Barcelona, the pseudo sweary game, mostly sweary, they did actually like remove all of the generative AI and promise not to do it ever again, so good on them for that. But yeah. So angry. It just robs the game from its style and gives it the AI slot look. It really does. It's so gross. It's so gross. We talked about this, the drawn stuff looks great, everything else is nasty. Yeah! I don't get like why, especially like with a visual novel. Anyway. It just makes me, apparently like there's other problems with Dark Auction, but I'll wait till I play it myself. I do want to play it. I think the character designs look awesome, but...
お前らと遊んでる暇はねえ。
Sword is like coated in blood now. It's cool. Get it, this snow. Haha, haha. They're trying to make people feel comfortable with the used AI, but you'll remove it. Are they half-baked games next, or are they pushing to sneak AI generated content in the games? I think they're trying to see what they can get away with. I don't know. It's really depressing to see sometimes. Not to talk about it too much, but I don't want to get too riled up. I am upset about it. It does make me wonder. There was a Junji Ito game that actually looks like somewhat interesting. But it also has like generative AI in it, and I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it. Oh, I thought the bomb was ready for some reason. I don't know why. I'm sort of getting into like a weird little trance, like just swinging my sword around like this. It's kind of fun. kind of fun. I think the strength of this as a video game is that when you swing big sword, the limbs of the enemies that you swing it at like go flying, and that's like really kind of like mesmerizing. If you make the game like too difficult, the way that you could fix the difficulty to make it like very satisfying, because I think it's like partially though, is maybe to like add some kind of like a, oh, you know, this is kind of like Arkham-y combat, right? Like it's very much on like pressing square in the direction that you see the enemies around you. Obviously this is like a precursor to it, but you've got like a bunch of enemies, and you've got a very simple attack that you use in order to like crowd control them. And then a couple of like other options and gadgets and things like that. They do kind of have like a counter button, but it's a little bit like the reason the Arkham counter kind of like works in the combat is because like you're doing your punch, bounce like between different enemies, and then like a bunch of enemies like run towards you, which is basically what these enemies are doing, and then you press like the triangle button in order to counter them, and if you press like the right amount of times, then you're able to like keep the combo going without like interrupting the flow, which would actually like work so well with Berserk. That's like the missing element. That's what would allow it to be to like work on a hard mode, because I've played all of the Arkham games on the hardest difficulty, and they're very, very fun. Yeah. Hey Shotgun, welcome. I'm super late today, sorry. Oh no, don't be sorry. We're actually like super early in the game because I decided to play it on expert mode, but then expert mode was like not very fun to play, so I ended up like lowering the difficulty back down to normal. I don't play Genai games, don't give them your money. Yeah, I don't even know if I like want to play Crimson. Maybe they'll remove the generative AI. At least with like Dark Auction, they're like, oh, we're so sorry, we'll start removing it right away. At least like they've said that they'll do it, but I don't know if Crimson Desert's case they will actually remove it. But it's a little bit sad because like, I don't know, I like weird games. I like games that are like weird things happen. And like one of my favorite things is games set in medieval Europe, but it's actually made somewhere in Southeast Asia. So you've got like this like incredibly generic medieval fantasy setting, but then something is like just really off about it. Like Dragon's Dogma does this really well. There's this sense of almost like uneasiness to the game, where you're like, oh, it's so generic. There's like wolves and there's goblins and there's griffins, and but it's all like slightly off, and I think that's really cool. But yeah, anyway. Hi Neil, welcome. I have a craving to play replay Astral Chain, but that would require me playing my Switch. Sad. Oh, I love Astral Chain. I love Astral Chain. I may actually do a replay of it sometime. I'm trying to figure out. There's like a part of the map down here. Is there anything down here? No. No. No, there's not. Okay, well, it was worth a try. It was worth a try. Dragon's Dogma. I love Dragon's Dogma. I think like Dragon's Dogma, the first one, I haven't actually played the second one. I suspect I will like the second, but we'll see. But with the first one, there's like, I think like I never played the Dark Arisen stuff. I will do a replay. I may stream it. My brain kind of says that it might be fun to stream, and then maybe we can use like viewer pawns or something. It could be fun. I know that the boss fight is just like up ahead, but It's like I just want to keep slashing the bad guys, you know? Fighting evil snowman is so addictive.
お前らと遊んでる暇はね
I don't have time to play with these monsters. Yeah, absolutely. Sure, yeah, sure. Yeah, no, me neither. That's why we're heading towards the boss fight right now. But yeah, I do think that I think there's like something that they could do if they wanted to make the hard mode difficulty really fun. I've sort of played enough older action games on hard difficulty to have maybe a slight sense of which ones are worth it, you know. Whereas I think like something like Devil May Cry 4 was actually kind of ruined for me because it was too easy. Like the normal difficulty was way too easy, but then the only unlockable like hard difficulty was too much, and also the PC version was broken because there was a boss that did like an unbreakable move that you couldn't get past. Darker isn't so good. I want to play it. I think it looks cool. I like to see you play Dark Arisen and Sun Sublime. Yeah! Kubijuish, welcome! Welcome. Maybe one day we'll get past the very beginning of the stage. Maybe one day. Get blasted. Oh. Kaide! Kaide, welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm Anthony Ferry. I live on Rainy Lake. I play retro games and horror games. How was your stream? What are you streaming? What did you get up to? Sure, hi. It's John Berserk. It is. We were actually, the reason we're still so early on is because I decided to play on expert mode to start off with, and expert mode was a little bit painful. Let me dash away. Zod, please calm down. Calm your butt cheeks, we've got raiders. I was streaming attempts of Ashura Realm, a 99 floor dungeon during 4, but I got thoroughly rotated. Oh no! I always like the idea of playing like the really big dungeons in mystery dungeon games, but then I realized that I like lose focus after a while. Ow! Sweetie. Get counter, loser. Both just missed. It's easy to make silly mistakes if you're told or tight. Yeah, I really want to do the Hell Dungeon in Baroque, and I may do it. Whoops. Somewhat soon. But the idea of again of like 99 floors, I know that I'm going to like make like a stupid mistake at some point. Get counted, loser. Get arm cannoned. Get bombed. Oh, okay. I was like, what's going on? What's going on? We're fine. It's fine. Oh. Round 2, fight. He's going to berserk, he is. Oh, it didn't heal. They didn't heal us. Oh. 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 Okay. It's easy to make silly mistakes, period, and sure, and there's a lot to juggle. Yeah. The good news is that sometimes your stupid mistakes aren't immediately fatal. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay, but he looks cuter as a giant monster man. Everyone, he kind of does. Yeah, no, I think this is definitely like an improvement. He's got like soft toy qualities. I wonder, wait, is there a Zod plush? Zod plushie. There is, but they don't like quite capture the oh, kind of. Wait, yeah, no, this is actually pretty cute. But why is he's sitting like this? Why is he exposing himself like this? He's a big boy. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. True. Sometimes you die a couple of turns later instead. Yippee! We love to see it. Yeah, get armed. Uh-oh. Hurry. Look, hurry up. Oh, that's a wall. Save me, Puck! Paint me like one of your French demons. I am deeply regretting having used like all of my resources right before this phase. Oh! Yay! No! Okay, it kind of hit. It kind of hit. Counter. Okay, we're alive. Whew. Yeah, that's the one. I love making mistakes that the repercussions only become apparent several hours later. Oh yes, we love to see that. Fuck. Maybe we can do this. How?
貴様との因縁もどうやらここまでか。やれ
Oh! Wait, maybe we can do this. Yay! It makes me so nervous when they just stand there. Well, the game's like, what do we do? What do we do next? What do we do next? Bunny, welcome!
So こまでだぞ。
待て、どこへ。
言ったはずだ。俺は俺の国を手に入れる。何も変わりはしない。
変わりはしない。あれだけのことをやって何も変わりはしないだと。
お前は知っていたはずだ。俺がそうする男だと。お前だけは。
I love that he just like rides Zahazod like it's a pony. Nice, thank you.
勝つ
あ、なんでもねえ。行くぞ。
Mr. welcome. They're using the old anime VA still, seemingly so.
うざって連中だぜ。
Oh. No save points. I actually kind of want to backtrack to go to the save point.
毎度の我が
I
教
think
え
I
の
want to
賜物だ
backtrack to the save point. You wouldn't blame me for that, would you?
さすが我が弟子
Just a quick save point as a treat, you know? Just in case. It's very fun when the sword goes quack quack quack.
いけー
This is the Dreamcast game. No, yeah, the PS2, PS2. Haven't actually played the Dreamcast one. We really should give it a go one day. I remember buying an old game magazine from a second-hand shop once, and it had a review for the Berserk game, and they really liked it. So if old video game magazine liked it, then surely I would, right?
お前らと遊んでる暇はねえ。てめえに構ってる暇はねえんだ。
I'm glad that they're introducing like more enemies that aren't just like smoke people, because they make more sounds when they go slash. It makes sense. I never played this PS2 for some reason. My brain pulled up the Dreamcast. No, I think it makes sense because this one didn't ever get localized. It's only because of a fan translation that we're able to play it in English. Game journalists are very reliable sources of information. Yeah. Although, to be fair, the same magazine also like really gave a good, positive, glowing review to Star Wars Jedi Power Battles, and I hate Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. So maybe I don't trust them. Maybe trusting them is something that I don't do. Oh, look Look, it's the same point. What's the save points? Oh, so hi Petty, hi, welcome. I mean, at the end of the day, review is one person's opinion on a game and therefore can't be right or wrong. True, true. Except when it's Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. No, I can. Oh no, no. Actually, no. I take it back. Never mind. I hate that game. I kind of want the sword speed up. I feel like sword speed is too good not to have. God hand review. It's a really I don't know if I've read the God Hand review. I was also thinking of maybe playing like God Hand for my birthday, but on the hardest difficulty. That could be fun. And then maybe I could read everyone out the IGN review. I'm sure everyone would like that. It's my birthday, I can do what I like. No, also obviously with this video game magazine, it's one of those ones that has like a bunch of different reviewers, and I was only like sometimes aware of, like there was always like some reviewers whose opinions I would be like, oh yes, I can see that being the case, and other ones where I was like, no, I don't like what you said about this other game, so I'm just going to disregard whatever it is. I always really liked Greg Kasavan's reviews when he was at GameSpot before he became a big fancy video game developer and writer. In an ideal world, the Famitsu format of letting 4 people review a game would be standard, but these poor bastards are overworked and are already. Oh hey, they need to a review for this. RPG out by launch day. Oops. Out by launch day, and they only got a review copy a week before launch. They still need to write various news articles, and if they can at all help in an editorial too, please. Yeah, no, it's insane. It can be truly ridiculous. Ow. It seems like this is a game that very much like thrives on getting your combo meter up as high as possible. So instead, the best you can do is find reviewers that you know your taste line and follow them around. Yeah, no. I do wonder what like happened to some of them. There was a game magazine I used to read called GBA World. It was an Australian one, and it basically did that Famitsu format where they had like a bunch of different people. They had like everyone or a bunch of different people like review the game. Which I always really appreciated. And I know that one of my favorite reviewers from GBA World actually like ended up working. They did like obviously GBA World was like focused on. I have actually like thought about like doing magazine reads of GBA World because that's one I really liked, and there was some issues that I never got a copy of. But they ended up doing like a multi-platform magazine, which I only like got one. No. guts. I only ever got one like version of that one, so I don't know if it was around for very long, but it was pretty cool. I'm getting very distracted just like slicing people up. But then they one of the reviewers that again I really liked went to work for like ironically the same magazine that reviewed Jedi Power Battles and Berserk game that I was talking about before. And I really loved his reviews as well. So yeah, it was nice getting to like find the person who I kind of like admired and had opinions that I liked when I was little, and then like see them go around and like still have cool opinions on things. I remember Matt Lee sharing a story from early in his career where he had to review a Nintendo publisher. I do like Matt Lee's actually, if it's the person I'm thinking of. GameCube game, so Nintendo representative showed up to the office with a GameCube that had been bolted shut with the game inside, and he could only play it while the representative was in the room. So if the Nintendo man needed to use the toy, he had to stop playing and leave the room. What the heck? Oh, that's insane. Because Heaven's video somehow broke the bolts on the GameCube and made a legal copy of the game and sealed the console again in time it would take the person to click. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, definitely do not hand... We can't have game reviewers getting like free copies of the game. I think it was Matt Lee's that did the Cool Ghost channel. That was a review I really enjoyed. I think it was like called the best game ever, or that was like one of the segments. But I really agreed with it because there's Backlog as a website that's become very popular, and I do use it because like I use it for the sake of like organizing my thoughts, but I don't really agree with the concept of giving games a review score a lot of the time. I'm so addicted to this. It's really easy to just like slash and like talk about stuff. Anyway, I really agreed with like the concept of it because like I think that like a lot of things can be the best thing ever. Like art's not a limited quantity. There's not like a limited supply of there's like seven good games that will be released in the history of the world, and all of the others are bad. Like I genuinely found so much enjoyment within Ancient Roman and Air's Adventure, and both of those like have qualities that I think you could say is like really as close to like defining objective standards of quality as possible. And yet in spite of that, they ended up being like kind of insanely awesome. And it's like, why is that the case? And it's not as easy because people like say, oh, it's like, it's so bad it's good. Like that's a very common thing to say, but I don't feel like I don't think that like Ancient Roman was good from my perspective because it was bad. Like it had elements that were definitely like kind of bad, I guess, but oh my gosh, this is so addictive. It's so addictive, stop Lexi. But it was like with Ancient Roman, it was like It was so I love the music. I think I really enjoy music that is like again bad. I love the basement theme in Resident Evil. I like the Sonic Dark Brotherhood collection. I like the Drakengard soundtrack because like the music makes you feel something. It's I don't know what it makes me feel, but it makes me feel something. It's like difficult to describe. Um and like with Ancient Roman, the game was like actually funny, like it was trying to be funny, but there was this constant theme of you need to go to this town to talk to this person about the people becoming monsters disease. You go to the town, the person's like, "Hey, I don't want to talk to you. But if you go get me this thing, then maybe I'll think about it." And then you go to get the thing from the dungeon while also having like crazy adventures along the way. Then you get back to talk to the guy, and the guy's like, "Oh, you want to ask about people becoming monsters disease? Sorry, I don't know anything about that, but maybe try asking the elves." So you've just like literally accomplished nothing in terms of your actual goal, because then you go to the elf city and you're like, "Hey, I wanted to ask about people becoming monsters disease," and they're like, "Oh, actually no, we don't know anything about that, but by the way, let's stab the fairy companion, and then put them out of commission for the rest of the game." So you actually like not only do you accomplish nothing while going to Elfland, but you also like lose one of your party members. And it's very much like it kind of like made me feel like again, it's like an absurdist comedy, like a Waiting for Godot, where all of these things are happening, but no progress is actually really being made. But at the same time, you're still having all of these like memorable moments and adventures along the way, and there's funny things, and you're accomplishing nothing, but at the same time, you're still taking something away from that. And I think like as a message, I don't know, I really like that. It probably helps that I really like absurdism. Anyway, hi, welcome. Being awake is hard. It is hard. Funny enough, Jedi Power Battles is the first time I went, "This game is bad." Just makes it funnier for me. I think I was too young to find it funny, to be honest, but I think if I went back to play it now, it would be a lot easier. It was just not very fun when I was little. 7 is all the good games I have to spare for you. Yeah. I love Cool Ghosts. Yeah, I love Cool Ghosts too. There's a strong difference between interesting, bad, and boring. Boring is the true failure in game design. I actually thought that the bouncer was kind of bad and boring. Mainly because the motivation of Sion the entire game was just yelling, "Dominique! Dominique! Dominique!" And then you go find her and you're like, "Sion! Dominique!" And then they have a hug, and then oh, it actually turns out that your ex-girlfriend that you thought had died was actually alive this entire time and had been used as a biological bio-experiment. And the kind of like that was the only part of the game that only had any emotion. And then like Sion was like, "Oh, I remember you." And then she dies, and then it moves on, and you never think about her again. I thought the story in the bouncer was kind of like had nothing to say at all. Even like as adventure, again, like a lot of the time you were going to random places and things were just happening, and then plot points were brought up and then like put down, and but at the same time it was all about like the romance between like the two main characters. And even though like again pointless things happened almost out of nowhere, there were always like building up towards that like actual romance that by the time you got to the end of the game I was actually like I wanted to like slam my fist on the desk because I was so invested in the romance. James Stephanie Sterling gave Denley permission 10 out of 10 with the argument, "If scores need to represent how much a game entertains you, this is the only score I can give, even though it is an objectively a game that is barely hanging together." Yeah, no, I agree with that review. I remember that Destructoid review, and it gave me a lot of respect for them. That Gatsu pops up reminds me, yesterday morning it finally clicked in my brain that chinkatsu is just Japanese for chicken cutlets. Maybe we should call Gatsu katsu instead. I like Sonic Dark Brotherhood is not a common sentence, but one I'm glad to hear. I actually haven't played the game, but I do love the OST. I do love the OST, and I suspect I would probably find entertainment within the game. I mean, let's just remind. I love the soundtrack so much. I love it unironically. So, Sonic Dark Brotherhood OST. Since we're just having a bit of a chat. It's so good! The best party member, no less. Oh, the bioweapon girlfriend, that old chestnut. Yeah! Ancient Rumor has Berk at least. It does! Berk was easily the best character. The main character was like kind of barely there, but he was like a source of comedy as well. Berk was the main draw. The only thing I didn't like about Ancient Roman was that whereas like Air's adventure was very satisfying with its ending, and the romance like coming together, I found the ending of Ancient Roman really kind of bad. Like, they just paired up everyone with like someone, but the romance like aspect of Ancient Roman, despite standing for like ancient romance, didn't actually like go anywhere. The actual like thing that was interesting about it was how it really was like a journey, not the destination kind of game. If I play Lifeline, I get the feeling you'd have a great time. I have played Lifeline. It was a great time, especially the bit where you have to go over the pipes, and it's like red, blue, green, and you have to. It took me 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to do that. I also discovered that you have to pronounce elevator as elevator. Move elevator. Elevator. If you like pronounced all the syllables to the words, then it would like pick it up. But if you just spoke normally, then it'd be like, huh? Go to the exit. Okay. Speaking of the bouncer, tried to play Urgites earlier and yeah, not a fan. Interesting. Maybe I'll do it just for a little bit at least. Did you play the Dreamcast Berserk game before this? No, I didn't. It was actually a Redeem, which is why I'm playing it. I probably wouldn't have played it if not for the Redeem, so I'm glad that I was redeemed. It's a marvelous adventure. It was a lot of the hallway. Okay, yeah, it really was. It very much was. It was fun, sort of mostly sometimes. I think like Lifeline was actually one that kind of suffered from maybe having like somewhat inconsistent characters. Like Rio was sometimes really endearing, and then there was other times where she'd be like incredibly frustrating. So I think like everything about Lifeline would have been slightly better if they actually improved the characterization. I kind of liked the fact that the voice control was a little bit frustrating. At least it's like kind of memorable, you know? At least it's kind of memorable. I've been told Lifeline is easy to pronounce all the words as a Japanese person who pronounce English, but don't catch me dead doing that on stream. I think it was like, I think I found it easier if I tried to pronounce it like an American would pronounce them. Or maybe not as I'm an American, but like, elevator. Like, deliberately. Deliberately trying to pronounce like the syllables. Whoops. Should probably do a bit of a cheeky heal. She's always so determined to leave whatever room you're in. Feels like it gets brought. It really does. It really does. I think another one was like mirror. I had to say like, look at the mirror. Oh, the mirror. Okay. Whereas if you said like, look at the mirror, she'd be like, go to the exit. Okay. Look at the waterbed. Sure. There was like a couple of tricks that the game doesn't tell you. Like, I think I found it hard to backseat because I don't remember all of the tricks, but like you could be like, look left of green thing, and then she would be able to, if you didn't know what something was called, then you could like maybe pick it up. So she's oh. Okay, we're alive. We're alive. We're alive. Okay, great, wonderful, wonderful, amazing, awesome. So happy that the game didn't crash. Very, very grateful just then. I find it still less frustrating than Hey You Pikachu. I really should play Hey You Pikachu. Maybe that could be another birthday stream idea. The voice control games are really fun.
Well done.
Thank you. Guys is a mixed bag. I'd like to try it at least. I still want to like have my fighting game mark, but like at the same time I'm not very good at like switching between games. Like I get very, if you haven't noticed, I like tend to finish like most of the games that I start, and that's not like that's not showing off or anything. That's just I just get like really focused on like certain games. I don't want to play anything. I don't want to play anything else until I finish them. That was fun. English speech recognition has always been decades between Japanese speech recognition and the language is nowhere near as natural. Oh, interesting. Hi Nix, good morning. I love watching people play Lifeline. I wouldn't mind playing it again one day. I think I had a good enough time with it. But like I said, I do kind of wish that the characterization for Rio was a little bit better. That was probably my main complaint about it. Like I can handle the other stuff. I kind of found the bits that were just like overly difficult to be kind of amusing. Even though I was like being driven a little bit crazy by it at the time. But... Andy, hi, welcome! You should play Bully on GPA. Oh, that was a Christmas game I was looking at playing recently. Not for Christmas, obviously. The rule is that you never play Christmas games on Christmas. It's not allowed. It has to be like a non-Christmas game. Play Forbidden Siren for Christmas. Forbidden Siren is a Christmas game. That's why I played Roguelites and I got very sick of Roguelites. I thought, oh, the quest mode should be fun, right? Or maybe the main game isn't. The quest mode feels like someone sneezed and called it a day. Oh no. So satisfying. Ace-Rai, hi! This is the wild coincidence because right before joining the stream, Berserk came up in conversation I was just in with the previous streamer. Oh, really? That is a coincidence. Better yet, Urban Yeti also on GBA. Maybe. Maybe. It's funny, I think I had a lot of my worst experience with like shovelware slop on the Game Boy Advance. Strangely, like there was one game I got for the Game Boy Advance that was you'd think might have been like horrible shovelware, but it actually was like kind of okay. It was Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds on the Game Boy Advance is actually like not too bad. Although I never did finish it, but that was because it had password saves and I was really bad at remembering where I would keep my save files, because it would always be like, oh, I finished a level, okay, let me just write down my save file. Oh wait, but I'm in the car, I have nothing to write it down on. And then you write down all your save files and then you'd forget where they were. But the Thunderbirds GBA game was actually like not too bad. I saw Elf on the Shelf in Victoria yesterday. I was scared. I keep seeing it around. I did sell the copy that I bought, but I may buy it again just because it's funny. Just when it's like less expensive. I do think that Elf on the Shelf is a vile video game though. Like actually really bad, and it's not even like funny bad. It's a little bit funny, but only because it exists. It's unfortunately a video game that doesn't fantastic. I might get Pug to heal me just in case, because then it will go on recharge. Blue Stinger. Oh, I want to play Blue Stinger so badly. Thank you for the hydrate. At least you guys gave us the loud menu sound effects. Always cracks me up. Just kind of make me want to play it a little bit, maybe. With the amount of shovelware out there, some of it surely has to have turned out good purely by luck. It's a numbers game. You'd think so. There's a lot of shovelware on the Switch at the moment. Oh, game, who is the publisher for Elf on the Shelf? They're doing like a bunch of stuff. There was a Grinch one. Shelf ideas, Switch. Who was a Outright Games. Outright Games is like publishing so much trash. Outright Games. They're kind of... Someone did a tier list of outright game releases. I am kind of like interested in the stuff that they have published. Let's see if we can find a list of it. Since 2017, they've published a Ben 10 game on the Switch, Hotel Transylvania 3, Adventure Time Pirates, The Enchiridion. I thought that one was like supposed to be kind of okay. I think like some of these are okay and some of them are just trash. Oh, there's so much stuff in the. Let's just check on like 24. Since 2023, they've published Peppa Pig World Adventures, Justice League Cosmic Chaos, Gigantosaurus Dino Kart, Baby Shark Singing Swim Party, Rainbow High Runway Rush, Paw Patrol World, The Grinch Christmas Adventure, Transformers Earthspark Expedition, Jumanji Wild Adventure, Bluey the Video Game, PJ Masks Power Heroes, My Little Pony, Zephyr Heights Mystery, Gigantosaurus Dino Sports, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Unleashed. That one was bad, wasn't it? Barbie Project Friendship. I do kind of want to buy every Barbie game at one point. Matchbox Driving Adventure, Monster High School Ultimate Secrets, Nick Party Jr. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Another Transformers game, except this one time it's Galactic Trials. They published the Patrick Star game, which actually looks kind of funny. Bratz Rhythm and Style, DreamWorks Gabby Dollhouse, NBA Balance, The Grinch. Another Grinch game! They've published 2 Grinch games! Barbie Horse Trails. I can't believe they made another one. Barbie Horse Adventure Never Dies. Dora Rainforest Rescue, Paw Patrol Rescue Whales, Chicken Escape Extraction, and Elf on the Shelf. But Elf on the Shelf was published by Casual Brothers. It was developed by Casual Brothers. Who made The Grinch, Barbie Project Friendship. Oh no, they didn't make Barbie Project Friendship. They made Matchbox Driving Adventure, Monster High, Grinch Christmas Adventure, Marion Mischievous Edition. Oh wait, is that just a re-release of The Grinch? Wait, hang on. It's so confusing. Yeah, it is a re-release. Oh, but it was also made by the Casual Brothers. Oh, interesting. It wasn't even on sale. No! The Game Boy Advance is a fascinating little machine, if only because it has no dedicated sound chips, so just used the main RAM to generate audio, so sound design had to fight the performance of the team for system resources. I actually think I discovered that I quite like the OST to Harmony of Dissonance. I haven't actually played it yet, but I thought the soundtrack was funny. Yeah, I think this is awesome. Hi, welcome! There's so many enemies, my man just swings non-stop. He really does! You know, this is one of the games that made the cut on my PS2 curation. I'm starting to question if that was a good idea. I'd say it's a good idea, but it depends what you're in the mood for. You need to look up a double A list of worst GBA games ever and only play games from that list. I would say put I actually really like, maybe it's just like bad music. I would say put Dexter's Laboratory Disaster Strikes, but that one's just not like, that one's just like not, it's like, it's bad, but it's like boring. It's easy to find like slop games on the Game Boy Advance, but it's hard to find like the ones that are kind of bad but also kind of awesome. There's 2 Elf bowling games on GBA. Oh my gosh. I do remember the DS had an insane amount of shovelware back in the day. Yeah. I think shovelware is like kind of fascinating. It's kind of fascinating that it exists. The sudden sadness when realizing we'll never get Barbie the Explorer 2. I am genuinely sad about that. I know that sounds like a meme, but no, it's not. I actually wanted to play the sequel. I'm really sad. I love Barbie games. Barbie Explorer was the most sadistic, evil video game I've ever played. I genuinely think it was like one of the hardest games I've ever played in my entire life. It was a Barbie game! But like, it was also like, I think it was just like it was so painfully difficult that was kind of like a fun puzzle to solve. At least that's how I thought about it. It's really, really very bad. But it's kind of redeemed by like the insane level of challenge. If it was easier, it would just be boring. Mission: find that Barbie the Explorer prototype. Oh my gosh, it's lost media. Wait, maybe one day it will be recovered. I love Harmony and Dissonance. I really want to stream the Castlevania games that I haven't gotten around to yet. That's kind of the only reason why I haven't played some of them, because I'm just saving them for stream. I save so many games for streaming. It's like, I'll play it one day, but I do get around to it one day. I get around to everything eventually. I'm here to haven't been able to type. Sorry, much sorry. We're solving your problem with listening. I hope your problem solving goes well, Alex. I feel like mid is worse than bad because the mid game just doesn't stand out but isn't quite bad enough to be entertaining awful like a B-grade horror movie. Yeah. I kind of realized that I liked the Bug Island horror game more than I liked the Bouncer. Which is kind of funny. But I think that's because it was so strange. So I feel like tempted to go back and replay the Inescapable Hell purely for the extra costumes, whereas I don't feel any need to ever play the Bouncer again because I hated Sion so much. How many of this is kind of mad, but there's a couple crazy tool assisted speedruns for it.
You're good.
Like one where it just zips through all the walls super fast, collecting all the furniture, and one where Maxim somehow gets to Dracula and kills him in like 40 seconds. That's really funny. You're good. Yeah, I do like smashing the I was playing a little bit of Harmony of Dissonance with an arcade stick, and it's actually like pretty fun. It's pretty funny if you've got an arcade stick and you're just pressing like the dash buttons like in either direction. It's something about like arcade stick buttons and Harmony of Dissonance just like makes it extra enjoyable. I'm genuinely sad how many Ben 10 games suck. It's one of the few North American cartoons that not only was really good but also grew with half the viewers because they do a time skip where he's like 15 for the half. Writing for the first 4 series was good. Art direction changed all the time though, to varying degrees of success. And we don't talk about the reboot. I never got to watch Ben 10, but I've heard that it was very good. It just didn't... I never got to see it on TV. It was the same with like Danny Phantom. I saw it like once on Nickelodeon when I went on a holiday, and then I never saw it again. Even though it looked really cool. There was like so many cartoons that I just barely got to see because they just didn't air on Australian TV. Yeah, welcome. I think thumbs are not ideal for video games. They do have decent stamina though. Thumbs in terms of the arcade stick. I think I'm not really using my thumb that much. I'm using like my other fingers. Barbie the Explorer, the Kaiser you don't expect. It was so real. It really was. Your face is cute. Yeah, it was designed that way. It was designed so that the default face is always the V face. Stick over thumbs. Yeah. Yeah, no, I love playing games with arcade stick. I think it's fun, providing they work with it. Some games, I think it was Kid Dracula on NES, because you have to hold down the button to charge up the shot a bunch of times. I found that my fingers are double jointed, and I found that it started to like dislocate my finger the more that I held it down. I also have like a levelless controller, which I find fun to use. But I've only been able to like play it for a little bit, and then I get distracted because my left hand gets so tired that it actually like causes causes severe pain to the point where I'm like worried I'm getting a repetitive strain. And I haven't been able to. I've tried like building up stamina with it, but I still haven't been able to do it yet. Whereas I find like a regular arcade stick fine. We are moving so very slowly along this path. Because I've got to kill everything. I think we're almost at the end. From memory, Symphony of Night Richter speedruns have a reputation for being physically tortured since the main movement tech is like short and half circle motions. Oh no, that sounds painful. I was thinking that I do need to replay Symphony of the Night. I bought it up the other day, but my first playthrough was kind of ruined by the fact that I got to the reverse castle and was like too weak to do anything, but then I got the Alucard shield and then it became too easy. But if I decided not to use it, then it was too difficult. So it was like an option between playing on super duper easy mode or playing on like hard mode, but it's like everything is super tanky and nothing ever dies and you know the style of difficulty. But because I did kind of have that like slightly miserable experience, it like stuck out to me as like a game that one day I will replay, and I think that second playthrough will be a lot more enjoyable because I'll take like preventative measures to avoid that happening to me again. I'll like research where to find some other broken weapons or something that doesn't make like the game need to hold down the shield button and run at everything. I was sort of a little bit disgusted as well that the Alucard shield was like so broken that I remember getting to like the final boss and just like holding down the button and just like everything died. Everything just died. The default, I thought the default was the cold 3. Oh yeah, I guess it kind of is, but that's only because I'm smiling a lot of the time. No, default is like... Symphony of the Night is definitely a joystick game, always has been. I look forward to playing it with a arcade stick. Then he found it was like the best costume made by which it's not saying much, however, in terms of the show it was. Please have anything you create after, and he ironically joins a cult that practiced necromancy. He's a bit of a nut, he's not a good person. Oh. Welcome back, Ryu. Nice. Save game. It only took us like 3 hours to beat the first stage. Oh my gosh. Well, it should not hopefully take us quite as much time as next time. Oh. It was pretty fun though. Did it happen? Did we beat the stage? I think we did. Can we level up? Why has that dude got his ass out in the snow? He feels he doesn't feel the cold. Well, I kind of want the sword speed up. So I guess we'll go on to the next stage. This is truly the Berserk experience. It really is. Characters. Oh, no, we've already read this. Fuck. I think I read all of these characters. Leaving to the archives. No. I can't believe I missed the chance to join the Butch Hartman is crazy talk. Oh no, it's still going on, don't worry. We can talk about Butch Hartman is crazy. I don't actually know who Butch Hartman is, to be honest. What else did he make? Oh, Fairly Odd Parents. Oh no, he made American Tail? I hated that film. In Between Artists. Okay, well, he's not entirely responsible for it. That's good. Writer and voice director for Dougal? What on earth is Dougal? He made in terms of cartoons. I need like a list of what he did, but that actually like as a director, writer, director, animator, not stuff that known for Fairly Odd Parents, Tough Puppy, the Water Cartoon Show, and Danny Phantom. Oh, Big Blue Book, Nickelodeon's. What? Oh, interesting. Seems like it was mostly Fairly Odd Parents that I know of his. Interesting. If you want a relatively unique experience on a Castlevania Symphony and Night Run, consider trying to actively use the spells that require fighting game inputs to use. There are some overpowered ones, but they're required to use like a quarter circle, light, medium, heavy input. Oh! Well, I wouldn't mind that because I gotten quite good at those inputs. That would be fun. Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom, apparently. The show called Tough Puppy. Did we talk about the time he tried to make some Christian platform to scam people? He would? Oh no. But wasn't Dougal that shithead dog from the Magic Roundabout? No, that was a horrible animated movie. I don't know. I don't know. Tough Puppy sucks, but I like the cat girl designs. There, I said it. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to. Let me have a look. Tough Puppy. Tough Puppy cat? Cat lady? Oh, she's cute. Wait, she's cute. Extremely valid take. Yeah, no, I kind of like her. Like a Christian Netflix thing that was weird. Oh no. Said that Tara Strong, it was probably her fault for someone unaliving themselves. What? Oh my gosh. It sounds like a crazy person. He's the worst kind of Christian, I feel like, making everything a product and everything feels fake. Oh, weird person. Why are so many animators complete assholes? I wonder if that's because in order to succeed in animation, all of the nice people in animation, like get burnt out and like don't manage to survive, and then all of like the horrible, awful people that manage to like succeed in the horrible animation environments. I feel like that could be a partial explanation. I know I've heard it talked about before. Here's my take on cartoonists. If they draw themselves handsome, they're probably weird. Yeah, no, I can see that. I enjoyed Fairly Odd Parents as a kid. Too bad the creator's such a butt. I enjoyed it as well. I liked Fairly Odd Parents. I like fairies. It's disappointing to learn that he's such a weirdo. I forgot about the drama of him making drawings of anime characters and it was Trace artwork. Wait, why? But he's an artist, isn't he? What the heck? I think he's also started using generative AI to recreate his own style. Oh no. Oh, that's awful. He did a video complaining about he didn't get enough attention for his shows because SpongeBob was getting more attention. I don't know, buddy, it couldn't be because SpongeBob was the most successful cartoon Nick ever had. Yeah, no, SpongeBob is a good show. And like, SpongeBob has had some good video games as well. Yeah, I feel kind of like passionate about most of the cartoons. I'd say that I really enjoy cartoons. I think that they're really... I really enjoyed Foster's I think it was this Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Yeah, this show. I found this show like weirdly really funny and also like a little bit emotional at points. And the animation is good and it's awesome. I haven't actually watched that many cartoons, I guess, relatively speaking, but yeah. Isn't SpongeBob kind of Beckett-like? I remember lots of episodes having this absurdist feel. I think you can make that argument, yeah. A lot of the ones that I watched anyway, I think that's why a lot of cartoons actually work so well. Like Rocko's Modern Life was really, really strange and surrealist. I think there's like more to a lot of cartoons than they get credit for. The movie leading into the show was great. At the end of the day, I think he is a tycoon trying to sell himself as a good guy. Foster's was enjoyable, I agree. I think a lot of cartoons are pretty cool. I do, as I said, I like cartoons. Next stage. Oh, that was the prologue, or is on chapter 1. This might be a stream that's like mostly talking and getting through like some of the early stages. I did notice that it was like a 10-hour game. What do the Spriggans do? I think the combat is very enjoyable. Let's see if I can dash at this stupid tree. No! The trees are quite difficult to take out. But they do give a lot of experience at least. Is it restricted to bosses of things? Oh, I think so. Thank you. just a moment. It's so difficult to take out the trees unless unless you have like rocket punch. Cannon. Wait, hang on, I need to pause in order to be able to do this. Me watching gargoyles because the girls are super attractive again. I said it, no, it's fine. A very, very good and valid reason to watch a cartoon. Ed and Eddie was great. I never actually saw it. Like, so many of those cartoons just never aired on TV, for me. I was like a lot of Fairly Odd Parents, but never never a lot of the other shows. The only time I would occasionally see them would be if we went on like a holiday somewhere and they had like they had the TV with all the extra channels. I always felt like SpongeBob was an evolution of Ren and Stimpy, like if you take the dickhead out of the equation, tone down the show a bit. I think so too. I must admit I haven't watched enough of Ren and Stimpy to really make comments on it. It's so difficult to take these stupid trees out. But yeah, no, I think SpongeBob is an evolution of that style of show. Like it even has a lot of the same like close-ups. I think sometimes you might just need to move past them without killing them because they're so difficult to take out. Big sword, let's go! Hanging on monkey. I don't remember this scene in the anime. It was from the it was in the 2016 adaptation. Guts tries to fight giant tree, gets slapped around. Holy moly! Let's just forget about the trees. They're just constantly spawning and it's not worth it. Oh, evil tree, it's so scary. One obscure recommendation. Cyber 6. That looks cool. Oh! I've seen Cyber 6 before, but it wasn't a show I ever encountered when I was younger. But I have seen 1999. It looks cool. I may watch that one day. I thought his name was Guts, not Gatsu. No, it's definitely Gatsu. Definitely, definitely. I remember someone tried to do a compilation of the matte paintings close up the use of Ren and Stimpy recently. It was interesting, especially out of context. Ren and Stimpy is like a fascinating show. I am like interested in the history of like in the history of like cartooning. I want to use my rocket punch, but I don't feel like I should because what if there's like more trees? What if more trees appear like later on and then? What if there's like more trees? I'm scared of trees. So physics is so good. Watch on YouTube. Oh, it's on YouTube. Nice. Did Reboot ever got rebooted? That would be funny. I don't know. I don't think it. I've never heard of a reboot of Reboot. I think He-Man got like some kind of a reboot at some point. On IMDb, Cyber 6 has a little 1 in 10 star reviews, averaging 6. Oh, it's one of those shows. Interesting. The reboot of Reboot doesn't exist, let it die. Wait, what? There was a reboot? I liked Ren and Stimpy as a kid, but it was controversial at the time for stupid reasons, like the hairball episode of all things. I don't know about the hairball episode. Interesting. Oh wait, Spriggan. Gained experience points. Yippee! Yay, Katsu! Yay! Also, controversy of the Ren and Stimpy creator. Oh, John K is fucked up, but nobody knew that back in 1994.
今のうちに少し休んだら何かあったらすぐ声かけるから。
悪いがそうさせてもらう。頼んだぜ。
だじゃ。
なぜグリフィスを追わないの？行こうよ。あいつのところへ。この女が大切なの。グリフィスよりも。グリフィスの残した痛みを感じていたいから大切なんじゃないの？グリフィスへの憎しみを忘れないようにこの女はグリフィスを焦がれ続けるための生贄さ。
Toxic Yaoi!
こうすればもっと深く深くグリフィスとつながる。やめろー！お前は望んでいる。
Oh, ew.
そんなはずあるかよ。そんなはず。
There was one. Oh. The herbal episode was one where they started mass producing hairballs until Stimpy's bald, so then they had to lick Ren's hair off and then his hairball gland breaks, and that's all it was. Parents hated it. Wait, really? That's so strange. Tiny Fairy's opinions on La Milana. I have thought about streaming it, but I feel like it would be frustrating because it's one of those games that's so puzzle focused. But I think it's really cool. I do think it's really cool. I've played a little bit of it. I think it's really cool. Oh, we got the little brain parasites. He's going to Griffith University. Maybe they could make an advertisement for that university, but it's just based off Berserk. Berserk. That would go down so well with everyone. Pet dog! That's what I do when my brain falls out. They're always mentioning Tokyo University and looking at it. I remember that! I remember that actually.
俺様に任せとけ。
There's a Love Hina Game Boy Advance game that's kind of funny to play. I never finished it though, so I don't know where it goes, but hi Jesse, hi Nocto, how are you going? I'm having fun with this game so far. It is very long corridors filled with so many monsters. Many monsters. But we're getting there slowly. My glasses! Thank you for the glasses. I'm good, just wake up. The heat waves on the other hand, total nightmare. Oh no! Where are the heat waves that we're slowly maybe getting into winter in Australia, maybe, but not yet. Maybe getting there. Maybe one day it will be winter. I just want it to be cold. I just want it to be cold again. 38 degrees Celsius. Oh, awful. That's so awful. What the heck? It's cool if I don't need aircon if I'm not using my graphics card. Yeah. I always get a little bit hot though if it's on, if I'm streaming. Ow, 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 ow. I think it's going back to high 20s next week though. No! 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 Disgusting. I hate hot weather. I hate hot weather. Waiting for the perfect day to ride a sled off of the roof. One day maybe. Maybe if you wait until like July, you might be able to. they had to ban tourists from climbing Uluru because, and a lot of people were like, oh no, how could you do that? That's it's a sight for everyone. People were pooping on the top of the rock, and then it was getting into the water supplies. Don't poop on Uluru. I hate. I was so upset when I found out. I always overheat when I stream. Yeah, it's really hard not to. I have to have the air conditioning on, otherwise it just gets miserable. Tourists, right? I don't get it. What's wrong with people? What are they thinking? Pooping and peeing on Uluru. And then they're like, oh, but it's not fair. Why don't we get to go on and climb Uluru and like put rubbish everywhere? I wonder why.
大方この辺りでのたれ死んだ傭兵どもだろう。
楽園に惹かれて。
キャスカを頼んだぜ。
おお、安心して。
They just rock. They pooped. They pooped and peed on Uluru, and then it got into the water supplies, and then it polluted the water supplies, and then they ditched all of their rubbish on the way up, and then they're like, oh no, why aren't tourists allowed to climb Uluru anymore? That's so awful. Stupid units, I hate it. I'm so upset about it. Who climbs a monolith thinking and thinks this is where I'm going to be? I don't know. And it's like extra bad because it's like the water. I think the water was like is used by animals and Indigenous Australians. It's just like, what are you doing? Why are people so stupid? Why are they so stupid? Yeah. I don't know, people are really weird about Uluru. There's very little respect. Some people have very little respect for Indigenous Australians, and it's really annoying. Is this a section where we have to get to the end, or is it just like a survive the onslaught? It doesn't cost anything to be respectful. Yeah. And like all of the rubbish that gets dumped there as well. Like I remember doing like Clean Up Australia Day a number of times. And like you really don't notice how much trash just gets like dumped everywhere. Like people don't care. People really don't care. How do we get past this section? Do we just have to kill everything? My favorite YouTube essayist is an Aboriginal Australian who puts his YouTube money to help his community. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that looks not painful. That looks a bit painful.
そうだズタズタにしてしまえ
No!
あいつにしたよメロやめろ
I don't know how to feel about the Kendall Ferry. I don't know either.
あれは
Puck is
悪霊どもが
something.
取り付いてやらせたことなんだからさ。
Oh, there was Ezrock. Had to Google it because I never heard it that way. Yeah, it's been called Uluru for I don't even know how long. When did the name change? Uluru name change. 2002. Yeah, but there's a lot of people that will like still call her Ezrock out of like a sense of stubbornness. They're probably also potentially the same people who are pooping the rock, so.
本当にそう言い切れるのか俺ではないと
Racism also, yep. Yeah. I guess I don't want to get too into it, but it's frustrating. It was Ezra when I was in school, kind of ingrained. I try to say Uluru, and I'm quite happy that the old name will probably die with my generation, honestly. No, I can understand people. It's like my parents call Big W Woolworths, even though I don't know, I don't think Big W, which is a department store in Australia, has ever been. I've never I don't think it's been called like Woolworths as far as I've been alive. But my parents, it's still so ingrained in my parents that they still to this day call it Woolworths, and then be like, oh, not Woolworths, Big W. Or you say, oh, I'm going to Woolworths, it's like, oh, do you mean Woolworths or do you mean Big W? It's like, no. I get that. But I guess the difference is some people refuse to call it Uluru out of like a different reason, which is more annoying. And they're the ones that are pooping on the rock. Terra Enigma, it's called Ezrock. Oh! Is Terra Enigma set in Australia?
何をしている？
おや、あなたは確か黒い剣士と一緒にいた。
貴様、黒い剣士はどこだ？
ガッツの兄ちゃんか？知らねえよ。こっちだって探してんだ。
探してる？
剣を教わる約束をしてんだよ。
貴様、隠すとためにならないぞ。
知らねえっつってんだろ。偉そうによ。おめえらこそなんでガッツの兄ちゃんのこと追いかけてんだよ。
お前には関係ない。行くぞ。
Uh-oh, drama alert. Terra Enigma is global. Ezrock is one of the landmarks you can visit. That's cool! PW's logo used to resemble a Woolworths one and always had been owned by Woolworths, so that's the only connection. Or I say used to, like, before I was alive, probably. Yeah! It's kind of funny. I feel like skipping the trees is like the only thing you can do because they're so tanky. trees, die! It's time to cause deforestation! Yeah, really the only thing you can do is skip these enemies because they're worth a lot of experience, but they're so difficult to take out unless you have something available. So that's really cool. I will stream Turning one day. I think it would be a fun stream game. I am always hesitant to start a JRPG just because they take a while. Oh, there's so many trees. I'm just getting bounced along. Turning mirrors where you travel on the road to defeat evil. That's cool. Get treed on. It was called that in my book, but the last time we did geography was around these. They changed the names so our books weren't complete, I think. Yeah. No, I don't think anyone would be offended if you were calling it Eris Rock, because it was known as that for such a long time. It's just some people knowing that it's called Uluru and then not doing it to spite Indigenous Australians. But mostly it doesn't really kill so really. I wonder if there'll be like a statistic of how many dudes were killed by the end of the game, because this character really hates snowmen. Guts hates snowmen. It's been a long time since I played Turning Move. I'm pretty sure very true to Actuaries and Soul Blazer. You aren't a master in it. Oh, interesting. Maybe you're very wrong, but I feel like Turning was short and simple. I feel like I prolonged it. Oh, well, I'd probably prolonged it as well. That's okay. I remember when I first learned about Uluru, they kept calling it Uluru Azrock. And honestly, I thought that was part of the name. I think, according to the Google search I did previously, it was named to Uluru Azrock in like 1993. And then in 2002 they changed it to being just Uluru. Oh, spin! All the gauges have been refined. Yeah! Disgusting trees. I never got the memo, like this was on the heels of the Australian Republic debate. Oh yeah, I wasn't even around. I've only heard about that in like legend. I did write a essay once on it. It's all rather interesting. Elsa is the final boss of this stage. Oh, we did already defeat. We did already kind of defeat Elsa's no person. I saw something with the bumper sticker that said, "Don't welcome me to our country," and I kind of wanted to ram him. You should have rammed him. Oh my gosh, I hate that. No, some people are Yako for the opinions that they have. No trees! Trees are the worst enemy in the game. They also like never die. Unless you have like arm cannon available. They just never die. They just never die. Please, Alexi, thank you. Oh, I guess we could go back and use the arm cannon on the trees actually. Oh no, the trees have despawned. They despawned, no! There's a forest of alive trees in Fantasy Star Force that constantly responds with a quest item to burn them. Oh no! What is it with like trees and evil trees in video games? Why are they like this? Do you wanna kill us, Norman? I do! No! No more trees! No more trees! Please! 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 No more trees! No more trees! Spriggan! Can't get to him because the enemies are blocking my way. Please don't despawn. Gauges have been replenished. Yay! It's a cat menu. Yes! Oh! I made a few evil video game trees myself mainly because they're easy to make. It makes sense actually. If you're looking for an enemy, why not make evil tree? Dynasty Star 1 has zombies that look like that too on a morgue on the snow planet, and the key item originally appeared in the dungeon in the first game. Just a coincidence though. That is an interesting coincidence. Wait, did I say properly? A small part of me wants to like maybe unstream because I'm getting kind of tired. Also, I'm getting like repetitive strain from pressing the swing button. But I do kind of want to. 90,000. What do you mean? I may upgrade the arm cannon as well. Because it is kind of an essential item. We killed a metric ton of snowmen, we really did! We killed so many! I realized that we've barely even made it like a portion of the way into the game, but every level is so long! It's so long! I have a question. You know how Vegemite and Marmite are a bit of a meme outside of Australia? Are there products from America that you'll think, why would they subject to them in a similar fashion? Ghosty, hi, welcome! Fairy is still going. I may have to take a break soon because I'm so exhausted from killing snowmen. Oh, that does a big upgrade quite a bit. I'm trying to think. American chocolate, although most people forget it exists. Yeah, American chocolate is definitely very unpopular.
吹雪が止むまでとりあえずあそこへ。 邪魔します。
It's only snowman, always has been.
おい、あんた。おい。
American soft drink with the sugar and high fructose corn syrup. Oh yeah, I think anything that has the high fructose corn syrup is kind of pretty disliked in Australia. Health hazard. True. I forget that Pug the Fairy is in this game is straight up naked like all the time.
こっちのことは任せちょけ。
ああ。
Pug has left your party. You can now use fairy dust to heal you. Wait, so we can still heal ourselves, but can we? Oh, I was gonna wonder if sword swings got stuck on the walls, but they do not. Interesting. Interesting. I think I have to end it here. Oh, because it's been like 4 hours. I've just been pressing the square button. I think playing on normal mode was definitely the right decision because the gameplay isn't kind of like sophisticated enough to facilitate expert difficulty, you know. I stopped eating American cheese and changed it to panela cheese, a healthy cheese. Let's go! Spray on cheese. Spray on cheese! Wait, no, there's no way that spray on cheese is real. That can't be real. That's... No! No! What do you mean? What is this? What is this? This can't be real. It's real. No. I refuse to believe. No. No, please. No. It baffles me that American chocolate apparently tastes more acidic because they cheapened out of the process. Oh. I'm actually like slightly curious to try American chocolate because I've never tried it, but apparently it's awful and I need to know for myself. Sounds ass. It does. It really does. Can you like pepper spray someone with cheese, like cheese spray them in the eye? Maybe when if pepper spray is banned but cheese spray isn't. Oh. Haven't you seen the documentary, the Goofy movie? I haven't seen the Goofy movie in such a long time. I don't remember whatever it could contain, and I'm terrified now. That exists, and I'm sorry you had to find out this way. The cheese that gives you prostate cancer. Maybe they could put that on the label. It's unfortunately very real in this heresy. It looks so gross. I remember the Goofy movie. They really loved cheese spray. Oh no. I was always like really disturbed by the Goofy movie when I was younger and I didn't know why. Maybe that is why. Go for the absolute bottom, Hershey bar. Hershey bar is like the only one I've actually seen in Australia, so maybe that would be one I could try. Unfortunately, our chocolate is probably more acidic than cheese spray. Oh no, what the heck? Oh no. The Joker created cheese spray to drive everyone insane. Why? The ultimate weapon. There's a guy in the Goofy movie that eats mouthfuls of cheese. No. No. Were they like sponsored by spray cheese in order to put it in the movie? Currently we're inundated with that weird peanut butter because of influencers or something. Wait, what peanut butter? What peanut butter is this? I haven't seen it. I did see like Mr. Beast chocolate in supermarkets a while ago, which I was incredibly disturbed by. I don't want to even buy it because I don't want to support Mr. Beast in like any way, even if it's out of like morbid curiosity. Mac and cheese and Hershey's chocolate have the same thing that gives it the vomit-like flavor. I enjoy the cheese, but honestly don't want to eat it too frequently. Vomit-like flavor? That's so strange. Is it vomit-like because of the acidity? It's peanut butter or biscuits. And biscuits or something. Peanut butter and biscuits. Wait, hang on. Let me see. Peanut butter was peanut butter biscuits. I'm not sure what we're looking for. There's like a bunch of peanut butter biscuits, but interesting. Can't quite find it. Butyric acid, I think. Oh, Fuzz, welcome. Oh, so interesting. I'm wrecking my brain here. Oh, I remember seeing Mr. Beast's nuts at Woolworths. It looked awful. I was disgusted when I saw it. I won't even like bite out of the curiosity to make fun of him because I don't want him to get like a cent of money from me. All these products are trash. I don't trust anything Mr. Beast. The guy acts fake up. He really does. He really does. Peanut butter isn't really used here, and yet we got spammed with our ads for a while ago. Huh. That's the thing that gives it the taste. It's weird that YouTube never recommended me Mr. Beast, like even though it detects your allegiance, it still normally tries to prod you about it. I think I like saw a couple of videos from him, but it was like very early on. I'm very aggressive with my do not recommend the channel if I hated something. My Twitter feed is actually like really good, because I aggressively like hit not interested, don't show me, or if it like continues to show me, I just like block or mute the person. I have a lot of people blocked on Twitter. I think it's like the secret to happiness. I lost the most well animated emotes. No! Probably I also ignored reporting about Mr. Beast. I remember the Dick's Food peanut butter, literal nut butter. Oh, Biscoff! Oh! Yeah, Biscoff has been... I've never tried anything with Biscoff, but like everything is like Biscoff at the moment. There's like, I went to Hungry Jack's like semi-recently and they were like advertising Biscoff like Sundays or something. I don't think I've seen Dick Smith branded food in forever. I don't think I've seen it either. It's been a while. If I recall, the origin of vomit chocolate dates back to World War II. A piece of chocolate was part of soldier rations, but they didn't want the soldiers to eat them right away, so they made them less appetizing on purpose. But then people got used to the taste, so it stayed that way. Oh, that's so interesting. I think it's like fascinating that cornflakes was like an anti-masturbation cereal in its like original conception. I find that so fascinating. That was not a myth, right? I think I've checked this before. Corn flakes anti-masturbation. I need like a... JSTOR would not lie to me. JSTOR would not lie to me. John Harvey Kellogg, the father of the prepared breakfast food industry, was born on February 26, 1852. He lived for 91 years, perhaps thanks to the fresh air and vegetarian diet he advocated for as a clean biological living. A physician, nutritionist, inventor, and medical missionary, Kellogg was part of a great wave of social performers of the progressive era. He was also a bit of a nut when it came to the great bugbear of moral reform. Sex. How big is this article? Do I read it? It's not very long. I'm going to keep reading it. Kellogg believed in foods that would not excite the passions. A Seventh-day Adventist, until he was thrown out of the church in 1907 over differences in theology, Kellogg was a firm believer in the social gospel. This was a Protestant movement that tackled social problems with Christian ethics. As a historian, Richard W. Schwartz writes, Kellogg took his beliefs to Chicago slums, where he opened a branch of his famed Battle Creek Sanitarium. Oh. I've never heard of the Battle Creek Sanitarium. I'll have to add this to research later. Directed by the police chief to find the dirtiest and wickedest place in the city, Kellogg opened his Chicago mission in 1893. It offered a free medical dispensary, free baths, free laundry, and evening school for Chinese. And a visiting nurses service. Kellogg Sanitarium. Oh, is that why that's called the called sanitarium, like the food brand? Wait, that's so interesting. Kellogg's Sanitarium Food Company provided special food as well. Additionally, a penny lunch service was instituted. A bowl of bean soup with Zwieback crackers offered for a penny went for an average of 500 600 people a day. Like Sylvester Graham, whose name also lives on in food form, i.e. Graham crackers, Kellogg believed in foods that would not excite the passions. This meant vegetarianism. Seventh-day Adventists, though, don't... Wait, hang on. Seventh-day Adventists don't believe in vegetarianism because it didn't excite the passions. It was more to do with like clean and unclean foods, and like going back towards like Old Testaments, centering the Ten Commandments within the Seventh-day religion. That's why they worship on the Sabbath. But a lot of Seventh-day Adventists are also very anti-meat. Like, I've never looked into this or thought about it before. But even though they can eat chicken and fish, they're very anti-meat in any form, due to sort of like the writings of Ellen White and other people. Was that before, like, was that because that didn't excite the passions? Is that the reason for it? I've got like a new branch of something to think about later on. Sorry I haven't read chat in a while, but I want to keep reading this article. It's very important. It's very important. Also meant combating what was considered the debilitating scourge of masturbation. As scholar Vern L. Bullock writes, Kellogg was an inheritor of the 18th century tradition which held that masturbation led to a host of ailments and then insanity. Bullock writes, takes a deep breath to condense Kellogg's take on the ills of onanism. These included general disability, consumption-like symptoms, premature and defective development, sudden changes in disposition, lassitude, sleeplessness, failure of mental capacity, fickleness, untrustworthiness, love of solitude. Oh, some of these are sounding a bit like autism. Love of solitude, bashfulness, unnatural boldness, mock piety, being easily frightened, confusion of ideas, aversion to girls in boys, but a decided liking of boys in girls. There's a really interesting sorry, I had to pause because in early modern witchcraft, witches are a person, male or female, man or woman or non-binary, that creates, like, takes a pact with the devil. So a demon appears, says like, if you perform a pact with me, then I'll give you powers to be able to do things. However, there is it's three times as many like women were executed for being witches and accused of being witches, despite the fact that both men and women could be witches. Why was this? Well, it was because they believed that women were unable to control their sexual urges. So that by the way, these pacts with the devil were sexual pacts, like licking the devil's butthole. so they thought that like if the devil like presented themselves to a woman and was like, please lick my butt, then they would be unable to contain themselves and therefore be tempted to take a tempted to take a pact. Women. So obviously this idea is like carrying on into the 18th and 19th century, which I find so fascinating. Anyway, let's keep reading. Round shoulders, weak back and stiffness of joints, paralysis of the lower extremities, unnatural gait, bad posture in bed, lack of breast development in females, capricious appetite, fondness for unnatural or hurtful or irritation articles such as salt, pepper, spices, vinegar, mustard, clay, slate pencils, plaster and chalk, disgust at simple foods, use of tobacco, unnatural paleness, acne or pimples, biting of fingernails, shifty eyes, moist cold hands, palpitations of the heart, hysteria in females. I need to stop getting distracted. Corrosive or green sickness, anemia, epileptic fits, bedwetting, and use of obscene words and phrases. All of these things, by the way, that this is what they're blaming on masturbation. Bullock shows that physical mutilation, bizarre harshness, and electrical devices were all used to try and put a stop to masturbation. By the 1930s, medical scientists began to move away from this curious theory. John Harvey Kellogg, meanwhile, opted for a less invasive remedy than, for example, special hobbles designed to prevent girls from spreading their legs. Kellogg prescribed biological living and a bland diet, including his special creation, cornflakes. His younger brother, W.K. Kellogg, was the one to mass-produce, copyright, and market the doctor's cornflake product, leaving out the original claim that it would curtail masturbation, creating the Kellogg's brand we know today. Thank you, JSTOR, for actually like giving a good article on this. Thank you so much. Sorry I haven't read chat in a while. Let me catch up. The anti-cum rat, no. Anti-cum cereal, yes. Kellogg was a fanatical anti-masturbationist. I think he tried to say like you less horny because it was boring, yes. I'm currently a fan of Biscoff biscuits. I remember a few months ago, Corona was talking about how she likes sticking the vanilla yogurt to soak for a bit, creating a pseudo cheesecake. Oh, tried it myself. Actually, not that bad. Well, if a cute VTuber tells me to do something, then I'll do it. Basically, everything is crazy boring in that place. Don't know what a Biscoff is. Honestly, even weird European import stores that don't touch American store foods to have it. Biscoff is in like worse at the moment. It's so strange. Foods that don't expect the passions. I find it highly amusing that this is attempt to learn whether there's an anti-masturbation cereal in the description of he was a nut gets used. I was thinking about that. My cereal is guaranteed not to incite masturbation. Sanitary and food brand is owned by the Mormons, though, isn't it? I'm not sure. Oh. Sanitary and food, wholly owned by Seventh-day Adventist Church. Oh! It is by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Interesting. So what do you think of gingerbread? But less ginger and more cinnamon clove flavor. Spoiler alert, the Scourge of Masturbation one. From memory, there's a movie about the invention of the vibrator that I really want to watch one day. But I want to watch it with friends because I think it would be funnier. From memory, lamb is more of a common food in Australia and most other countries for some reason, yet we don't eat much mutton. Yeah, curious. They're playing the Bible in hardcore mode. They really are. They really are. Something I find like kind of curious is that around like the 18th, 19th century, I've noticed this in like Christianity, Islam, and also Hinduism. There are like all of these like different offshoot religious groups or movements that come out of like Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, that all like go off in like a really strange direction. And it's all at like the exact same period of time, and I'm so interested to know why. Fantastic article. It was so great. Do you mean it sounds like they've diagnosed autism or the list is autistic F or both? I thought some of them sounded like symptoms of autism, but then they were like round shoulders and lack of breast development. I guess bountiful breasts are only possible for those who abstain from masturbation. I feel like all the great witch hunts of history, metaphorical and literal, are very much both. Reflecting themselves on women. It's so fascinating to me because like it was the same with sexually transmitted diseases. Like it was believed to be like a sign of sexual immorality. So if the woman like contracted syphilis, then it was like her sinfulness that was at fault for contracting the disease, when in reality most of the time that the woman caught syphilis was because the husband or partner brought it home from sleeping with like other people. Incels have been around for a long time. They shall not give Satan a room job. Delicious clay. I'm so curious as to why clay was like listed as well as like chalk. Maybe it was like glue eating. All I have to do is become a witch is like Satan's asshole. Then I'm signing me up. Yeah. No, I should like teach everyone about like the requirements for becoming a witch because it's quite fascinating. Also, modern witchcraft is not early modern witchcraft, and there is a correlation between the two that is being made, that there's like this long history of witchcraft in Europe and England, but that's not the case because the witches that were like specifically in the early modern period that were being persecuted is completely different to modern witchcraft, which sort of like began as a movement around like the 1930s in England. It's not like a clear line between the two. They're different things. The main difference being that no one identified as a witch. No one used to identify as a witch. The only time you would call yourself a witch was after you had been like tortured for 30 days and you like make up a story about the devil appearing in your house and having like all kinds of like detailed sex acts. Also, the person that authored the Malleus Maleficarum, Heinrich Kramer, my lecturer pointed this out to me, and I've thought about it a lot since she did. The Malleus Maleficarum is like so full of sex. Like, where is he getting this from? He's a person that is like fanatically anti-sex. Like he's talking about like sex as though it's like this awful thing. It's all of these like awful things that these women are doing with the devil. But he's the one that's describing them. He's not going around interviewing the women. He's the one that's like writing about all of this stuff. It's so weird and backwards. It's so weird and backwards. So crazy that they do a bunch of stuff that Jesus wouldn't do. It is genuinely so fascinating. Basically anything they didn't do or like. Yep. There's a lot of like puritanical movements around the 18th, 19th century. There was one in America that I know a little bit about that was sort of like anti the scourge of what they called like dandyism. So there was like a battle of masculinity between like, I guess you would call it like more feminine masculinity and dandyism versus like manly masculinity. And I'm kind of like blinking on a little bit of all of the stuff because it's been a long time since I read it and I wrote my thesis on it, but yeah, it ended up like evolving into there's a lot you could talk about. There's a lot you can talk about. It's really, really quite fascinating. Would you jump off a cliff? Yep, Lexi told you to. Always do what your VTubers tell you. I preferred the salad tosser commercial as a documentary to the invention of the vibrator Greek comedy bit. History of Satanism stream sounds like a delight. Yeah. You know what's like especially interesting is that they had to like the Protestant church has had to take like special they had to like go to special length in order to like create the existence of witches within like their own theology. Because it didn't make any within like their own theological framework that they had at the time, witches didn't make any sense. So they basically had to like create all of these workarounds in order to like allow all of this stuff to be they had to like change all of the framework in order to allow witchcraft as like an explanation for things. And the thing was that magic wasn't even seen as like a bad thing. There were lots of like magicians, there were sorcerers, there were like wise women in villages. Like you'd often go to like your wise woman and the wise woman would like give you herbs and maybe do some kind of magical ritual in order to cure you. So it wasn't that magic was bad. You'd have sorcerers and you'd have alchemists that would be performing like magical rituals. But what made witchcraft specific was that it wasn't the magic, it was the pact with the devil. That's what defined a witch in the early modern period. I feel like I missed a lot of context since I had to step away. I'm sorry. We were talking about anti-masturbation cereals, Kellogg's, which was the article I listened to before. Puritanism always crops up in all societies as a part of the need for control that some people feel. The barely disguised author's fetish in the book. The Malleus Maleficarum, which I will link. Can I find a... Here we go. Which I will link to you if you want to read it. Although I would recommend maybe it not making much sense if you don't actually know the rest of the context surrounding. So I'd recommend like looking up Heinrich Kramer and the origins of early modern witchcraft in Europe if you want to read it before you like dive into it. But it is very interesting. But yeah, the Malleus Maleficarum is literally the author's barely disguised fetish. The book. The author's veiled fetish. Like I said, witch hunters were autistic people persecuting other autistic people. History repeats itself. I don't know. Possibly. Just hold on. This is about to swing back around to Marmite in a second. Oh yeah. Oh, we got to somehow all of this started because we were talking about Marmite and then we were talking about spring-on cheese. The wise woman just has to put up a sign that says, "I have not given Satan a rim job." Basically, like all of the confessions that they have from witches, people that were supposedly witches, were always after they were interrogated, and like if a person like a torturer like pulls you aside and then says, "I'm going to put like a thumb screw into your thumb and I'm going to like slowly rip off all of your fingernails unless you confess to me that you're a witch," would you confess? Probably. Like some of the stories that they invented were like so unbelievably elaborate, and they're always like, "No, I'd never do such a thing. This is ridiculous. What are you talking about?" And then like 3 days later, it's like, "Yes, the Satan appeared in my bedroom and stripped, and then I sat down and did nefarious sexual acts with him, and then we had children, and we rode a goat into the middle of the forest and danced naked under the stars, and then all 3 other demons appeared, and this is my fan fiction that no one was supposed to read, but I guess if it will stop me from being tortured, then open up to a random bit and also see what you mean about the workaround. Holy shit. It's really interesting because, again, witchcraft doesn't make any sense within the framework of Christianity as a religion. And people pointed this out. You know, the King James Bible. Part of the reason was because King James was a witchcraft fanatic, and he wanted a version of the Bible in vernacular English that people could read that supported the persecution of witches. It's insane. I love that the URL is sacredtext.com. It's a very old website now. Therefore, when a woman dips a twig in water and sprinkles the water in the air to make it rain, though she does not herself cause the rain, she herself nevertheless deserves to bear the blame because she is an infidel and does the devil's work, surrendering herself to his service. It's insane. It's an insane book. Poor Guts forgotten because of all the talk of witches and Marmite. It just happens sometimes. So the ritual does nothing but Satan does it anyway, so it's witchcraft legally. Yeah. And like it was almost always like it was always an accusation, like, oh, Farmer Bob's cow died. Mysteriously, the cow was healthy and then suddenly it died. That's so strange. Why did that occur? Oh, Bob Moran has been looking at Farmer Bob with like, and is angry at his wife because she did something to him. Maybe she created it. Maybe she made a pact with the devil and caused the cow to come down with the sickness. Then they take Barbara Ann away. She says she's not a witch, but then they torture her for like 3 days, and she's like, "Oh yes, they danced naked, naked, and kissed the goat's buttocks, and we flew naked into the night." It was so often like things like that, like something awful, someone's baby dies, and then they blame someone else, and then they get accused of being a witch. And then that's how it all starts. It's like, it's all fear. It's all based off of fear. What was the name of the Witchfinder General? Witchfinder General. Matthew Hopkins. Matthew Hopkins was the Witchfinder General in like 1620 to 1646. Oh, well, that was his lifespan. and he was known as like the Witchfinder General. He would go from town to town with his black dog, which ironically the black dog was like often seen as like a sign of being like a devil's familiar. But because it was Matthew Hopkins, he was allowed to have like a black dog. But if the old elderly woman in the village had like a little pet rabbit or a black cat or a pet dog, then that was obviously her devil's familiar. Anyway, basically what Matthew Hopkins would do was he'd go around from village to village in England, and he'd be like, I hear there may be witches in your village. Would you like me to find them for you? And the villagers would either basically do one of two things. They'd be either like, yes, my dog's puppy just died mysteriously, and we don't know why, but we think that maybe it was a witch, because why else would they die? They were so healthy before. And then you'd be like, yes, I will go and find a person in the village, probably a woman, and I will poke any like birthmarks or defects that she has on her body, and if they don't bleed, then that is evidence of that she has made a pact with the devil, and we will kill her. Or the other thing that would happen is Matthew Hopkins would go to another village, and they'd basically say, get out of here. Do not show your face around here. We want nothing to do with you. So it was literally a case of like this person appearing saying, hello, I would like to potentially find any witches in your village if you would like me to. I will find someone to offer, and you can like, we can legally kill them if you like. Or it was basically saying like, get away from us, you horrible evil man. Where are we up to? King James first 6 was a complete weirdo. Yes, he was. It's not surprising his son was such an arsehole. He got yes. I feel like we're learning a lot about Lexi today. I've done a lot of history. At least we aren't talking about pagans today. When were we talking about pagans? I don't remember. Guts right now, and I thought I was the bad guy. What an ass. It's worth looking into Matthew Hopkins as well, if you're interested in him. Pet your local devil familiar and tell them they're a good boy today. Yeah, it's such a like a strange thing as well, because like it wasn't just like oh, the old lady has like a pet cat that she keeps, and maybe that pet cat is her devil's familiar. It was like, oh, I saw like a cat hanging around her house, and that was probably evidence of it. She didn't even have to own it. It was insanity. There's a suspicious like a village witches in your village. You want me to find one? It was basically that, yeah. Fear is a main driving factor, but outside of fictional retellings, there is a lot of flexible but rigid structure of lies that bottoms in laziness and complacency. It hasn't changed since. Anyway, sorry for getting majorly distracted. That's what I get for talking. I was actually thinking today that I'm glad that I haven't like gone on any history rants lately, because I find it like embarrassing and overly vulnerable, and I don't really like talking about a lot of things because I don't know. Also, I don't have a lot of my books, and I like getting the details right, and sometimes I forget things, or I might be like I'm always looking for a more informed, like scholarly opinion, and it's hard to find things if you don't have access to a library, which at the moment I don't. Like a good library. This is always fun, Lex. You never feel bad. I love this stuff. It's pretty entertaining. Okay, good. I'm glad. Yeah. It's fine, I get it. It was a fun talk though. I'm glad. I hope people find it enjoying and it's not too embarrassing. It feels a little bit embarrassing sometimes, but I do really enjoy it. I'm entertained, yes. I do recommend like looking into the history of early modern witchcraft if you're interested in it, because saying stuff happened. Like, truly. There's some other topics I know like quite a bit about, but I can't really bring them up on stream because they're probably too heavy. But yeah, I think the witchcraft is a good one because it's like, it's so unbelievably misogynistic, but it's such like a fascinating detail to me that like the reason women were persecuted more than men because they thought that women were like sexually more promiscuous and easily tempted than men. Like the root is like it's deeply rooted in like misogyny and sexism. That's the entire reason. But it's not just like, oh, they're a witch because they're a woman. No, they're a witch because they're easily manipulated and have huge moral failings and are easily sexually tempted. Not all women, of course, but just some of them. I'm speaking as like a 16th century person like Heinrich Kramer. Yeah, it's really interesting. My problem with these fanatics is that Jesus wouldn't make people get away from him even when they considered bad. The guy was around prostitutes, thieves, tax collectors. Like the biblical version was about loving everyone. He wouldn't part anyone, but they can't get away with. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. There was an American book called The Christian Gentleman. There was a lot of books called The Christian Gentleman, and in this particular book, it's basically explained that like this is very much like a Calvinist framework, which is a branch of Protestant Christianity that believes in something called predeterminism, which is basically that every single person that will be saved in the history of the world is predetermined. So whether you go to heaven or whether you are not, whether you're saved or whether you're not, is already known to God. So everyone's like predestined to go to one place or the other. You don't really have a say in it. It's kind of like, it's difficult to explain, but if they take like the idea that, well, God knows like the final place of everyone, so everyone is already like predestined and there's nothing you can do about it. So what does that have to do with like concepts around like worthy and unworthy poor? Well, it was then explained that like signs of being chosen and predestined was like being a hard worker, being blessed by God, which could include things like having lots of money. So if you had lots of money, then that was a sign that you were a good person and therefore chosen by God and were probably going to go to heaven afterwards. So this is just a branch of Protestantism that came up. There was a lot of branches to Protestantism. And what this manifested in something like the Christian gentleman was basically a model of gentlemanliness in America that was based around the idea of that being a Christian gentleman was like a sign of being chosen by God, which also included like having lots of money. And if you didn't have lots of money, then that was a sign of your own moral failings. Prosperity gospel. Yeah, basically. Again, it's been a while since I read this particular book. I hated the person that wrote it. And this absolutely was not like the only, because there's like contrast that you can make with different people. But it was a very prevailing idea. Calvinism is a very interesting branch of Christianity. Also, fun fact, Calvinism is partially responsible for the Protestant witch hunts. It's very interesting how different theological branches within Christianity or different religions can lead to like really extreme outcomes. You even see some of this like within, I'm not enough of an expert on Asian religions to comment on it, but you can see the way that like within modern Hinduism, different branches have like different messages pushed forward in order to like push different agendas. And yeah, it's weird and interesting. Yeah. They didn't hear about Jove, huh? They really didn't. Like it's so bizarre and fascinating. I do feel a little bit, again, self-conscious talking about religion, because I really love studies of religion and I love history, but I know some people get a bit thingy about it and it's difficult to discuss, but we're talking as, at the moment, everyone here is a historian, so we're talking about this as a historian and a scholar, so it's good to learn to discuss these things in like you'd probably like call it, if you were at university, in like a scholarly or a scientific way. It's not literally talking about it as though it's a science, but talking about it in a way that has some kind of like a methodology behind it. Cube, hi, welcome! I was talking about the history of early order witchcraft, I'm sorry. It's an actual movement. They believe God rewards the devout with riches. Yeah, no. Interesting, like, I would say that the 19th century version of it wasn't quite the prosperity gospel, but it's definitely like the predecessor to it. Go sleep, bye Billy, bye. Jesus is a mistake. I don't agree with that, but I definitely think that there's this is why I didn't want to talk about it. I think that there's been different theological movements It's too complicated. I'm getting like tongue-tied trying to explain myself, but yeah. Professional religion used to be a performance art culture exchange, was very helpful. Look, he has a lot of money, he's good. Jesus born as a craftsman in an average family. Yeah, it's so strange. It's so strange because it's very anti-Christian, really. I wanted to do history as my degree, but I did computer science instead and I hated it. I do recommend history. I don't think it's like a degree that you do if you necessarily want a career afterwards. I mean, there is a career and it's called getting a PhD and working as a lecturer, which still doesn't pay very well. But I had to drop my PhD because it was a bunch of bad IRL things happened and it got too much for me. I still kind of want to do something eventually, but it will have to wait for a bit. That's right, we were just talking about which series like least likely to have you commit adultery. That was yeah. I won't read it out again, but it was kind of funny. They say it's almost my antithesis, but I can't believe what they want and it doesn't apply, so it's not my true antithesis. Sounds like a stratospheric misinterpretation. Oh, right, yeah. No, no, it is a catastrophic misinterpretation. But you can justify a lot of things, and a lot of people will be stupid enough to believe it, or it will advantage them so they will believe it. I think history is fascinating. But something that I realized I'm kind of realizing this the older I get. Well, it's not even the older I get. It's been like a slow crushing realization throughout adulthood, is that the more that you learn, the more you realize that you don't know anything about anything. Even like within terms of like socializing, the things that I thought that I was maybe good at, I realized that I'm actually kind of bad at. And adulthood is just slowly realizing that you're not really good at or knowledgeable about anything. And the amount of knowledge required to be knowledgeable is so unbelievably intense and huge that I don't think there's ever going to be a point where I'll reach it, but I can still find like things that I'm interested in. Some of these interpretations are so off the original message that you wonder how they read the Bible and came up with it. Great question. That's a really good question though. Like, how do they come up with this? Why do they come up with this? That's a good topic for an essay. If you ever wanted to write one. Like that's the core of it. Like, how did they come up with this interpretation? Why did they come up with this interpretation? What led them to this point? Like that's where it becomes like really fascinating, like trying to find the explanation. And there usually is an explanation for it, but to arrive at that explanation is takes a bit of writing, you know. You might have to write like a 3,000 to 7,000 word essay just to get like somewhat close to being able to answer the question, and read like 20 to 30 books. It takes a bit of time, but you can definitely answer it. When you're about to die, you can't buy a second with all the money you have. What makes someone think their prosperity and riches can get them a place in heaven? It's insane. But it makes sense it was born in the US capitalism. Yeah, it was Calvinism was originally a French Protestant philosophy, but it got imported to America. What was the explanation? It's kind of like difficult. You kind of need to take the time to understand. In order to like understand the historical context, you need to like understand Calvinism and why they thought that predestination was a thing. And then eventually it was kind of like the same thing that I'm getting too muddled. No, I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up on it. But yeah, it doesn't make sense, but you can kind of like track how they got to that point. But it takes like you need to like write it down in like step form. It was like a process to go from like point A to point F, you know. The only thing I know is that I know nothing. Yeah. I always used to like take a lot of inspiration from Hanakawa from Monogatari because she was always like, I don't know everything, I only know what I know, and I do kind of I do kind of relate to that because I really don't know much about anything really. I was thinking of writing like an absurdist play. An absurdist play. I'm still thinking about it. Which would be about three PhD graduates, so they're all doctors. That are working in a post office, sorting piles of string into different piles of string. So they put the red string with the red string, the blue string with the blue string. Because that's the job that the only job that they could get afterwards, because the Australian like job seeker system, if you're unable to get a job, then they put you into work for the dole, and some of these work for the dole jobs are like extremely humiliating, pointless tasks that basically just get you to like sit and do menial work for basically just the Centrelink payment, which is like a very small amount of money. You don't get paid for the work, you get paid to receive the payment that you were receiving as like an unemployment benefit. I still do kind of want to write that script, but I never ended up finishing my PhD, so I feel like I'm no longer qualified to write it. But it was something I was relating to, that at the end of writing a PhD I would basically have no more prospect of having a job than I had beforehand, which is depressing. I think Diogenes said something about that he knew that with all his knowledge he was still a fool like everyone else, but I mean he also lived in a jar. I love Diogenes. He used to pee on people he dislikes. Good on him. Maybe if he ate more cornflakes he wouldn't feel the need to pee on people. It makes sense. It was born in France, Chico's friends. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. You can like track a lot of things. Did you know that David Hume was really racist? I won't say what he said because I can't bear to repeat it. But David Hume who was mostly known for his like rationalism and his like, he never said he was an atheist, but he was an atheist, basically. In like the footnotes of one of his books, wrote one of the most disgustingly like racist things in the most casual manners. And then when he was like questioned about it, because it was so racist that it was considered racist at the time, then he was like, he doubled down on it. But I won't repeat what it was because I hate David Hume. Everyone that I taught in my tutorials also hated David Hume. David Hume was perhaps the most disliked person I've ever discussed, and it's very fun to rant about David Hume in a big group because everyone hates David Hume, except the people that like him. Understand that predeterminism is a stressing mental mechanic, and whenever you limit it can generate feelings of empowerment. Work for the dole is fucking stupid, thinks John Howard. Yeah, it is. It really is. The idea for the script was based on a story that I read at the time about someone who was working for the dole, and the working for the dole was like working in a post office, literally sorting like piles of string into other piles of string. Like that was the work that they got them to do. And the only reason they ended up getting a job in the end was because they lied on their resume for JP Hi-Fi. And basically said that they had all of this like work experience that they didn't have, and then JP Hi-Fi was like, great, that's just what we're looking for. When Alexander the Great went to Diogenes to ask his wisdom, he said, get out of the way, you're blocking the sunlight. Amazing. Amazing. They're always like that, to double down instead. Yeah. I hope talking about all of this wasn't too annoying or weird, or I don't know. I always feel like extremely self-conscious about it, because I don't even feel like I know. I don't know much about anything, like I said. But that's just the way things are sometimes. I kind of wanna read someone. Who to raid? Maybe we raid Rina. That sounds like a good idea. Thanks for the stream. Don't worry, Lexi, we're here for the full ride. I'm glad. I get so self-conscious, and I was literally thinking today about but when I was reading about how I'm sort of glad that I hadn't talked about it in like months, because I don't know, I get really embarrassed, but I guess there's also like a little bit of feeling like a bit of a failure. I think though that the feeling of being a bit of a failure would be there whether I finished the PhD or not. But even like though I didn't finish my PhD, it was due to difficult life circumstances that was basically made it impossible to finish, because writing a PhD is so difficult. But I don't know. Lexi is humbly humorous, a genius is beyond all comprehension. I do sometimes wish that I could go back to university and like do more history courses, because I love doing history and writing essays, but there's no end. There's no final like path within history that doesn't end with like some kind of like crippling depression. Even my supervisor described the idea of being like an academic, and he's like quite a successful one, but he said it was like nose to the grindstone, because you're expected to write a new book, an entirely new book every like 2 to 3 years, while also doing like all of your other stuff. And no one reads the book. Well, a few academics do, but basically no one ever reads your books that you write on the topics, but you have to keep producing them in order to like stay relevant as a professor. And it's sort of like feels the process of like writing and researching is fun, but it turns into like a treadmill that you have to like keep grinding, and or else you get thrown off of it. And yeah, your mind is open. Your PhD obviously honed that even if you didn't finish it. I would say I have a very open mind, even like towards video games, but I would say that I'm extremely open-minded to try like any kind of video game unless it's a sports game. because I am, I don't know, just life isn't a strawberry like that guy that says he's 17 says, never a straight path, you're still valuable no matter how much things don't go your way the way you wish. Yeah, it really is a bit like that. Things very much haven't gone my way, even more so than I expected. I didn't really expect things to ever go my way, but they went even less my way than I was expecting to, but that's okay. That's okay. No. Let's go read Rina. But yeah, thank you everyone. I appreciate you all. And I'll see you all within maybe like a day or two. Probably not tomorrow. Maybe the next day. Actually, I kind of want to raid Freya. Oh wait, Freya's not streaming anymore? Oh, okay. Well, I missed that opportunity. Whoops. Okay, let's go raid Rina. Sorry. I'll see you all soon. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And I'm looking forward to streaming again soon. Wow, it's nearly my birthday. Wow. Well, like in like 9 days or something. It's 1st of April, Wednesday. Awesome. But yeah, I'll see you all soon. Bye. 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 Bye.